Chapter 2699. Tan Junhao laughed. A trivial space divine technique is nothing to be afraid of. What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly. The second-order Emperor Realm cultivator surnamed Xia heard this and waved his hand. Continue, don't give him any time to catch his breath. Everyone's morale was greatly boosted as they made hand seals to activate their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he glared at Tan Junhao hatefully, thinking quickly in his heart. Now, as long as he got rid of Tan Junhao, the rest of the people were nothing to be afraid of. They were only fighting with him because of the heart-urging Gu. If Tan Junhao died, there would be no one to threaten them with the heart-urging Gu, and these people would naturally not make things difficult for him. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai raised his head and shouted angrily, "Old dog Tan." When he spat out the first word, he'd already pounced towards Tan Junhao with a savage expression. A pair of tempest wings unfolded behind him, causing the sound of wind and thunder to sweep up as he transformed into an expanse of flowing light that charged before Tan Junhao in the blink of an eye. The latter's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, not only was he not afraid, he was even crazier. This kind of courage and temperament was simply terrifying. He suddenly raised his hand and a large amount of five-colored light condensed in front of him, converging into a series of five-colored light blades that slashed towards Yang Kai. This was the power of the Grand Circle 5 Elements Array, personally controlled by him, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of each five-colored light blade was equivalent to an attack from the Emperor Realm. Kai. Countless five-colored light blades flew towards Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't slow down in the slightest as he clapped his hands together and summoned a huge moon blade. This pitch-black moon blade pulsed with a strong space force fluctuation, as if a large half-moon had been bitten off by some unknown beast. The pitch-black color of this moon blade was similar to that of the void, and the aura it gave off was frightening. The moon blade slash was unleashed, and the five-colored light blades shattered one after another. It was as if a mirror had been shattered. They turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the world. Tan Junhao's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, "Spatial divine technique." This was the first time that he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique against the enemy, and he felt that his horizons had been broadened. He couldn't believe that the space divine technique had such destructive power. Just a single spatial blade was enough to break his technique. Yang Kai grinned evilly. "Yes, it's the space divine technique. Die." He waved both of his hands, and many smaller moonblades than the previous ones flew towards Tan Junhao. However, the number of moonblades was many times greater. Tan Junhao's eyes narrowed. His hand seals changed rapidly as he shouted, "Power of the five elements, condense." The five-colored light gathered toward him once again, exuding the auras of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These auras were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other, growing and multiplying endlessly. In an instant, a five-colored light shield was formed in front of him, and it appeared to be impregnable. This was not the end of it. Tan Junhao tapped his hand again, and a small shield flew out. It expanded with the wind and turned into the size of a door, directly blocking Tan Junhao behind it. The shield exuded the aura of an Emperor artifact. It was obviously an extremely sturdy defensive Emperor artifact. It was obvious how fearful Tan Junhao was under Yang Kai's fierce attack, which was why he had set up such an impregnable defense. Hong hong hong. The moon blade slammed into the five-colored light shield, causing it to flicker and dim in an instant. It lasted for less than a breath of time before shattering while the remaining moonblade was blocked by the Emperor artifact shield. No one hurt Tan Junhao in the slightest. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but waves of violent energy surged from behind him. The attacks from the Emperor realm had also arrived. Gritting his teeth, he activated the space divine technique. He wanted to teleport away. However, Tan Junhao waved the array flag in his hand again, and the shockwave in the air made it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. "Kill him for this old master," Tan Junhao yelled in exasperation. He thought that this time, his arrangements were perfect, and he had personally taken action. Dealing with Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master, would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that young Kai would be so valiant? Not only was he unable to take him down in a short time, he was even forced to panic. On the other hand, young Kai had been forced into such a fluster that he had even summoned his defensive Emperor artifact. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he really couldn't accept this fact. He didn't have the courage to confront young Kai head-on, so he could only command those from the Emperor Realm to work for him. His teleportation was broken by Tan Juanhao for the second time, but young Kai didn't panic. He was already mentally prepared. Facing the dozens of attacks from secret techniques and Emperor artifacts, he moved his body up and down, dodging them again and again. Even so, he only managed to dodge less than half of the attacks. The rest of the attacks tore open his flesh and caused him to bleed profusely. If it weren't for his dragon form secret technique, he would have died in this round alone. After dragon forming, his defensive power had greatly increased, and the dragon scales on his body had blocked most of the attacks, allowing him to survive. He's still not dead, everyone was stunned. The first time they hit young Kai, they only used 30% of their strength, but this time, they used at least 70%. In this world, which First-Order Emperor Realm Master could withstand so many attacks and still remain standing? In an instant, many people felt awe in their hearts. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Young Kai's performance was enough to make these masters from the Emperor Realm feel moved and ashamed. If it weren't for Tan Juanhao and the heart-urging insect, they would definitely be on good terms with young Kai. But now, they had no choice, and there was nothing they could do. In the aftermath, young Kai suddenly turned his head, his red eyes sweeping across the people from the Emperor Realm one by one. Murderous intent surged from his body, so much so that it almost solidified. Previously, he had planned to capture the leader to capture all the bandits. Once he dealt with Tan Juanhao, everything would be settled. But now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. Tan Juanhao wasn't weak, and he was protected by a spirit array. It would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Moreover, if he focused on dealing with Tan Juanhao, the attacks from the Emperor Realm wouldn't be something he could ignore. A few more rounds of attacks wouldn't be needed, just 2, and he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I'll take care of you first. Young Kai roared and stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia. This guy was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. The 2 most serious injuries on young Kai's body were his masterpieces, and the others were just following suit. He was the only one who was really going all out, as if he was hoping to show off in front of Tan Juanhao so that the heart-urging insect would be removed and his freedom would be restored. The cultivator surnamed Xia met young Kai's eyes and his scalp went numb. Seemingly aware of young Kai's thoughts, he actually hid in the crowd and waved his hand, shouting, "This brat is seriously injured and won't be able to hold on much longer. Everyone, work harder." Young Kai sneered and said, "Whoever makes a move will die." At the same time, his hands flew and his expression was solemn as he chanted, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A strange aura suddenly spread out, and the time of the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. A strange feeling of time not moving appeared in everyone's hearts. After a moment of absent-mindedness, by the time they reacted, young Kai had already fiercely slammed his palm in the direction of the cultivator surnamed Xia. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor suddenly erupted. The cultivator surnamed Xia couldn't dodge at all and was hit by the flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Not only him, but the few people around him also became collateral damage. Just now, the cultivator surnamed Xia hid in the crowd out of guilt. Young Kai's palm covered a large area, so he didn't care if it would affect others. In any case, these guys had attacked him before, so they were all irreconcilable enemies. This is. Not far away, Tan Juanhao's eyes slowly widened as if he had thought of something. He stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia who was sent flying and carefully observed him, unwilling to miss a single detail. The cultivator surnamed Xia staggered to his feet, but he looked dispirited. Although there was no clue on his appearance, it was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his hands in a daze and saw that his 2 large hands were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surging power of qi and blood in his body was also rapidly dissipating. It was as if endless time had flowed from his body for thousands of years in an instant. Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of divine technique was this? It could make a second-order Emperor Realm Master become so old and feeble in such a short time. Looking at the few people from the Emperor Realm who were implicated by the cultivator surnamed Xia, they found that they were all the same. Their hair rapidly turned from black to white, their cheeks sunken, and their eyes protruded. The clothes that were originally fitted to them had become empty because of their thin bodies. Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. The divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Tan Junhao shouted madly in his heart, his whole body trembling. As an elder of Starsoul Palace, his knowledge and experience was naturally not something that ordinary people from the Emperor Realm could compare to. Previously, he was only suspicious, but after seeing the changes in the few people from the Emperor Realm who were affected, he immediately recognized that Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. It was rumored that this was a divine technique that involved the time principles. The time principles were more profound than the space principles, and were more difficult to comprehend. That's right, this brat had been to the Four Seasons realm, and that Four Seasons realm was a secret palace of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It seemed that this Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was his harvest in the Four Seasons realm. But how could someone be proficient in the space principles and also comprehend the time principles? What kind of terrifying comprehension and opportunity is this? What kind of monster did I provoke? In addition to his panic, Tan Junhao became more and more determined to kill Yang Kai here. If such a little monster was allowed to grow, how could he feel safe? If he was hit by the space divine technique, he might still have a chance to live. But if he was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be almost depleted, and his lifespan would be greatly reduced. In the past, the Flowing Time Great Emperor used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal to run rampant in the world. He was simply invincible and famous. Chapter 2700. While everyone was still in a daze, Yang Kai had already flapped his wind and thunder wings and rushed into the crowd. The expressions of many cultivators from the Emperor Realm changed drastically and they all dodged. None of them had the confidence to fight him. Yang Kai laughed loudly, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He directly pounced in front of the cultivator surnamed Xia, his body wrapped in sword light as he slashed at him. Although the cultivator surnamed Xia had been eroded by the Flowing Time Great Emperor and his vitality had been greatly reduced, he was still a centipede. Sensing the incoming danger, he raised his hand and circulated his emperor qi fiercely. An emperor artifact in the shape of a flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot towards Yang Kai while retreating in fear. However, even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent, let alone now that he was seriously injured. Although the flying dagger emperor artifact that he used all his strength to launch seemed fierce, it only left a small wound on Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai sidestepped the flying dagger emperor artifact and passed through the cultivator's body along with his sword. Peng. The cultivator surnamed Xia's entire body exploded into a mass of blood, leaving behind only a space ring that fell to the ground. Everyone looked over again and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, covered in blood. His entire body seemed to be made of blood. His cold and resolute face was filled with murderous intent, but he was grinning ferociously, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. He was like a god of death descending upon the world, and no one dared to look directly at him. Undefeatable. Undefeatable. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They felt that if they continued to be enemies with Yang Kai, they would definitely die. Although Yang Kai had killed a few people before, they were only first-order Emperor Realm Masters, so they were nothing. However, the cultivator surnamed Xia was a genuine second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master was like a chicken in front of him, so how could they be his opponent? The fear in their hearts increased greatly. Unexpectedly, no one dared to attack Yang Kai again. They all stood there in fear. Yang Kai swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a myriad of sword rays, riddling the Emperor Realm experts who had been struck by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttlecock seal, killing them instantly. None of them had a cultivation as high as the cultivator surnamed Xia. After being hit by the shuttlecock seal of the flowing time Great Emperor, he was eroded by the principles of time and lost 80% of his strength. Before he could react, he followed in the footsteps of the cultivator surnamed Xia. You want to die, but you want to live. Yang Kai pointed his myriad sword. He shouted at the crowd. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They didn't dare to be enemies with Yang Kai, but they had been poisoned by the heart-urging Gu. If they didn't do anything, they were afraid that Tan Junhao wouldn't let them go. With Kai Yang's terrifying strength, how many people would be able to survive? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, it sounded like he was going to spare their lives. Immediately, many people nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." After a lifetime of hard work, overcoming all obstacles, he had finally cultivated to the Emperor Realm and was admired by hundreds of millions of cultivators. Women, power, and wealth were all his desires. His good days had just begun, so who would want to die? If you want to live, stand over there. Yang Kai raised his sword and pointed in a direction. Everyone looked at each other. They were hesitant. If they could live by standing over there, who would hesitate? The key was whether Tan Junhao was willing to let them go. Sure enough, when Tan Junhao saw Yang Kai instigate those from the Emperor Realm, he immediately said in a low voice, "If you listen to him, I'm afraid you won't be far from death." Yang Kai snorted coldly and glanced at Tan Junhao. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to look at the crowd. He said, "If you believe me, stand over there. I guarantee your safety. If you don't believe me, you can try attacking me again. Let's see if I can kill all of you. Ignorant brat, you boast shamelessly. This old man wants to see how you're going to protect them." Tan Junhao sneered. This world had been suppressed and sealed by the 5 elements array, and everyone had been planted with the heart-urging insect. Life and death were all in his hands. Yang Kai was amazing. Don't even think about destroying his authority. Then open your dog eyes and see clearly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the crowd again. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't stand over there after 10 breaths of time, I'll kill you without mercy." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and their hearts were full of grievances. One Tan Junhao, one Yang Kai, were not people they could easily provoke. Now that they were implicated, the resentment in their hearts could be imagined. If they continued to follow Tan Junhao's orders, their chances of survival would be slim, but if Yang Kai could really protect them, they might as well give it a try. Most importantly, compared to Tan Junhao, Yang Kai was not as annoying. Although he was rampant, he still had some morals. In the beginning, he didn't want to start a massacre. He had no choice but to kill a few people just now. Everyone's thoughts were tumbling as they weighed the pros and cons. Yang Kai and Tan Junhao didn't urge them and just stood there quietly. Yang Kai didn't care. If these people didn't know what was good for them, he could just kill them all. If they could trust him just this once, he could at least preserve some of his strength. The price he would have to pay to kill these people was definitely not small, and there was also Tan Junhao eyeing him covetously. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator was not so easy to deal with. "Young Master Yang, this mistress believes in you." Suddenly, a woman shouted and was the first to step forward, flying to the place Yang Kai pointed out. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly. He had a slight impression of this woman. When everyone was fighting with him just now, this woman didn't seem to use much strength. Obviously, she didn't want to offend him. When the woman saw him looking over, her red lips moved and she transmitted her voice. "This mistress is a friend of Xia Sheng." Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at her again. He understood that the reason she chose to believe him was not because she understood him, but because of Xia Sheng. She had probably heard of his name from Xia Sheng and knew that he was also a member of Azure Sun Temple. His heart moved and he transmitted his voice. "Since you are a friend of Xia Sheng, you are also a friend of Yang Kai. If I say I will protect you, I will protect you." The woman was overjoyed when she heard this. Feeling Yang Kai's confidence, she secretly felt that she had made the right bet this time. Although she didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeve, Since he said so, he must have a way. Her heart moved and she shouted, "I'm afraid you don't know, but this young Master Yang is a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple and is highly valued by Master Wen Zishan. If today's matter were to spread, do you think there would be a place for you in the Southern Territory?" Azure Sun Temple? Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. No wonder this boy surnamed Yang was so strong at such a young age. It turned out that he was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Although Azure Sun Temple was not as strong as Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, it was still a top sect. Since Yang Kai was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he could be trusted this time. Even if he died, it was his own choice. It was better than being ordered around by Tan Jun Hao. Thinking about it, many people immediately flew towards the woman and landed beside her. Suddenly, more than a dozen people responded to the woman's call. Although the rest of the people were hesitant, they still moved closer to the woman under the general trend. It wasn't that they were willing to believe in Kai Yang, but the main reason was that even though so many of them had joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Kai Yang. Not only that, but they had also been completely annihilated by him. Now, the remaining people didn't dare to face Kai Yang again. Seeing this scene, Tan Junhao's face was immediately livid and he coldly snorted, "Are you sure you want to choose this way?" Everyone did not answer and looked at Yang Kai, thinking that if he had any means, he should use it quickly. Otherwise, with a thought from Tan Junhao, they would all die here. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Old dog Tan, this young master has the will of the people. How can your tricks be compared to this?" Tan Junhao was so angry that he vomited blood and gritted his teeth. "Very well, in that case, I can't let you live." He stared at the woman, obviously intending to kill her first as a warning to the others. Everyone's face changed greatly and they all exclaimed, "Young Master Yang, don't worry." Yang Kai waved his hand and reached out, grasping at the void, and a small bell suddenly appeared in his palm. This small bell was simple and unadorned, with countless patterns of flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and rivers engraved on it. As soon as this bell appeared, it exuded a very strong wild aura, giving people the illusion that they had suddenly returned to the Great Desolate Era. What is this? Tan Junhao's hand paused as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell with wide eyes. Suddenly, there was a throbbing feeling in the depths of his heart as he instinctively felt the horror of this small bell. Country bumpkin. Yang Kai glanced at Tan Junhao contemptuously and threw the mountains and rivers bell in the direction of the crowd, shouting, "Big, big, big." The mountains and rivers bell really grew in the wind and suddenly became larger than a house, falling down with a bang and enveloping everyone. "I don't care what the hell you are, anyone who dares to betray this old man must die." Tan Junhao was completely irritated by Yang Kai's words and no longer had any scruples. He made a hand seal and was about to activate the heart-urging insect to kill all the people of the Emperor realm who had betrayed him. Yang Kai watched with a sneer and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking calm and unperturbed. In fact, he was still a little nervous in his heart. Although he knew that the mountains and rivers bell had the reputation of suppressing rivers and mountains, and that it had the ability to protect heaven and earth, he was at most 70% sure that it could cut off the connection between Tan Junhao and those heart-urging insects. If it failed to cut off the connection, then the more than 20 people of the Emperor realm who were suppressed in the mountains and rivers bell would probably die with everlasting regret. However, under his observation, Tan Junhao's face suddenly changed and an incredulous expression appeared on his face as he stopped changing hand seals. Yang Kai laughed and knew that his guess was right. The mountains and rivers bell had indeed cut off the connection between him and the heart-urging insect. This is the rare treasure of prehistoric land, the mountains and rivers bell? Tan Junhao bellowed. Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised, "Old dog Tan, you have good eyesight." Sometimes, Yang Kai had to admire the knowledge of these old monsters who had lived for countless flowing time great emperors. They could often tell the origin of many things. This was probably the benefit of living for a long time. Chapter 2701. You actually obtained the mountains and rivers bell? Tan Junhao exclaimed. Since he recognized the mountains and rivers bell, how could he not know its origin? It was said that this bell was a prehistoric treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Before this, it had always been in the savage, desolate ancient lands. Even the powerful saint spirits in the savage, desolate ancient lands were powerless to subdue this mountains and rivers bell. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a master from the Emperor realm who entered the ancient wild ancient lands and by chance obtained the recognition of the mountains and rivers bell. He brought it out of the ancient lands. In less than 100 years, this third-order Emperor realm master peaked into the Great Tao and was promoted to the rank of Great Emperors. That person was the legendary Yuan Ding Great Emperors. In that era, Yuan Ding, who held the mountains and rivers bell, was an absolute master, ranked in the top 3 among the Great Emperors. Unfortunately, he was killed by the heaven-devouring Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. Since then, this ancient exotic treasure had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that this thing had been left behind in the Shattered Star Sea, but no one had seen it even after the Shattered Star Sea had opened countless times over the past tens of thousands of years. Tan Junhao never expected that this thing would shine so brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands after tens of thousands of years. The Shattered Star Sea had only opened a few years ago, so it seemed that this little brat surnamed Yang had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained the mountains and rivers bell from there. He had the sealed world bead, a small world treasure, and the immortal tree. Now, even the mountains and rivers bell had appeared in his hands. Any one of these treasures would be a great fortune for an ordinary person, but now, they were all gathered in the hands of a single person. Is he even human? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity and fortune would it take to obtain all these treasures in one fell swoop? The corners of Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he felt a faint fear in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Kai was not an ordinary first-order Emperor realm master. Not to mention his extraordinary combat power, his luck was not something an ordinary person could possess. Such existences were all people with great fortune. They were often able to walk a path that hundreds of millions of cultivators could not, overcoming all obstacles along the way. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Such an existence was definitely not something that could be wiped out by some small disasters. Was it really a wise choice to shed all pretense of cordiality with him and make such a big fuss? The hesitation only lasted for a moment. Tan Junhao's expression became firm and ferocious. Presently, he and Chen Shi were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them could live under the same sky. So, how could there be any possibility of reconciliation? As long as he could kill this brat surnamed Yang here, all these treasures would be his and he would be able to break through his shackles. Becoming great emperors was definitely not a pipe dream. Perhaps he could even steal his providence. Foolish. Tan Junhao looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. If you had used this mountains and rivers bell to deal with this old master might have had some scruples, but you are actually willing to use it to save these enemies who just drew their swords against you. You are simply too benevolent. The mountains and rivers bell was too famous. After all, it was an ancient rare treasure, and it was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuanding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai had really used the mountains and rivers bell to deal with Tan Junhao would probably have his hands tied. After all, he did not know how powerful this thing was. But now, the mountains and rivers bell was guarding the more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, so it was naturally impossible to use it against the enemy. This made Tan Junhao feel very fortunate. You are willing to part with it? Yang Kai smiled casually and said contemptuously, "Old dog, what do you know?" For Yang Kai, he would rather face a third-order Emperor realm master than be besieged by so many first-order and second-order emperors. The former was dangerous, but there was no need to worry about the consequences. But if he faced the latter, even if he could kill them all, he would still have to deal with Tan Junhao. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to directly cut off Tan Junhao's wings, it was already a great gain for him. Without the mountains and rivers bell, what makes you think you can fight this old master? Tan Junhao roared as his aura soared. Majestic emperor pressure surged like a raging sea, insufferably arrogant. Yang Kai sneered, "Why would I need the mountains and rivers bell to deal with you?" Tan Junhao was furious. "Junior, you are too arrogant." A trivial first-order Emperor realm master dared to not put him in his eyes. This was simply unforgivable. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the myriad's sword at Tan Juanhao, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Old dog Tan, I have no grievances with you. But you plotted to kill thousands of people from Thousand Leaves sect and kidnapped this young master's friend. Today, I will kill you." Tan Juanhao sneered and said disdainfully, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his hands forward and a huge 5-colored light blade that seemed to tear the world apart took shape and slashed straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's myriad's sword slashed down, and as he circulated his emperor chi, a sword wave met the attack head-on. With a loud bang, the world energy surged as the huge sword wave and 5-colored light blade collapsed, turning into fluorescent light that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Tan Juanhao had already pounced forward, his palms sending out palm shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. The myriad's sword intent surged as Yang Kai swung his sword to meet the attack, his movements grand. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, their emperor chis colliding fiercely as their silhouettes flew back and forth between each other. Clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai's myriad's sword clashed with Tan Juanhao's bare fists, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. On the contrary, he was suppressed by his opponent's pure and powerful emperor chi and was at a disadvantage. Yang Kai was displeased and secretly cursed, "This old thing really isn't so easy to deal with. A third-order Emperor Realm Master really can't be underestimated. He more or less has some life-saving trump cards and special skills." Back then, he had killed a third-order Emperor Realm Master named Yarou Chang Jun in the solitary void-sealed world. The Emperor artifact 5-colored long hair that Hua Qing Sai now had was a spoil of war from that battle. However, at that time, Yarou Chang Jun's soul had been damaged for many years, so even though he had a third-order Emperor realm cultivation, he couldn't display the corresponding strength, which was why Yang Kai took advantage of him and killed him in the solitary void-sealed world. However, the current Tan Juanhao was a genuine third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could Yarou Chang Jun compare to him? Yang Kai's heart trembled, but he didn't know that Tan Juanhao was even more shocked. He had seen Yang Kai's many moves before and knew that this young man couldn't be judged by common sense. He had the ability to kill enemies above his realm, but after they really fought, he found that this young man was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He was a Star Soul Palace Elder, so let alone an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master would be defeated in 10 moves. However, after fighting Yang Kai, Tan Juanhao could only slightly suppress him even after using all his skills. It was simply impossible for him to kill him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Cultivator's Emperor Chi be so dense and pure as his own? Just how did this guy cultivate? Tan Juanhao's heart trembled as he tried to force out Yang Kai's bottom line, wanting to see just how long he could last. However, reality disappointed him greatly. He found that no matter how he forced Yang Kai, this young man was able to barely cope. It was as if Yang Kai's strength was limitless. Although Yang Kai was occasionally a little embarrassed, after fighting for a long time, Tan Juanhao still couldn't hurt him. Yang Kai had a wide sword in his hand, and although it had some sharp sword intent, it didn't have any outstanding sword techniques. Tan Juanhao could also see that Yang Kai was not a cultivator of the sword Dao, but even so, he could always use that Emperor artifact to resolve his attacks. Looking at it, Yang Kai was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, swaying left and right, with the possibility of capsizing at any time, but he could still ride the wind and break the waves. Damn it! Tan Juanhao cursed in his heart, knowing that it was useless to continue like this. If he wanted to kill Yang Kai, he could only use his true strength. Thinking so, Tan Juanhao clenched his fists and punched forward. In a split second, the two fists were like two mountains pressing down on Kai Yang, like a tsunami bursting forth, their imposing manner pressing down on him. This old bastard is really fierce. Yang Kai also muttered in his heart. Holding the myriad's sword with both hands, he slashed forward as if he was not holding a sword, but a mountain-splitting saber. The power of this sword strike was enough to shatter a mountain in front of it. The fist shadows collapsed, and Yang Kai was also shaken to the point that the blood in his chest was roiling, and he staggered back 2 steps. In front of him, a 5-colored light blade condensed and turned into a rainbow of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. This move again. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain, and with a backhand swing of the myriad sword, he scattered the 5-colored light blade. At the same time, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching, and he hurriedly jumped to the side. With a few swishing sounds, several golden lights suddenly shot out from the collapsed fluorescent light, making 2 small holes where Yang Kai was originally standing. Although the holes were small, they were thousands of meters deep, as if the golden light had extremely strong penetrative power. As far as the eye could see, Tan Juanhao was standing in the air after the fluorescent light. A simple and unadorned book was suspended above his head, and the pages of the book rustled as it flipped. The book was embossed with a golden color, and each page seemed to be cast in pure gold, looking extremely thick and heavy at first glance. The aura of an emperor artifact slowly spread out. This strange golden book was actually an emperor artifact. Yang Kai became vigilant as he stared at the golden book and swept it with his divine sense, carefully inspecting it. The battle just now seemed extremely fierce, but that was just him testing Tan Junhao's strength, but wasn't the other party also testing him? Now that they had tested each other out, whether it was him or Tan Junhao, it was time for them to get serious. At this time, Tan Junhao suddenly summoning such a treasure obviously meant he was preparing a big move. The slightest carelessness could lead to defeat and death, so how could Yang Kai not be cautious? This was the first time he had seen such an emperor artifact, and he didn't know what kind of power it had. However, looking at the world, there was a consensus among the hundreds of millions of cultivator that the more peculiar an artifact was, the more powerful it was. This golden book was undoubtedly this type of emperor artifact. There was no doubt that the golden light had been released by the golden book. Unfortunately, Tan Junhao had used some sort of camouflage technique, so Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. You made this old master use the golden armored heavenly book to deal with you, so you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Tan Junhao sneered, his words filled with great confidence, as if this golden armored heavenly book was something extremely extraordinary. Chapter 2702. Is this what you're relying on? Although Yang Kai was vigilant in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He wanted to figure out what kind of power this so-called golden armored heavenly book possessed. As he spoke, he rushed towards Tan Juanhao with his sword in hand. Brandishing the myriad sword mid-air, countless sword waves shot towards Tan Juanhao like a swarm of locusts as he shouted coldly, "You think a mere trash book is a treasure? Old dog, you're already old. Now is the time for us young people, so hurry up and die." Trash book. Tan Juanhao raised his brow, his face filled with anger, as if he had been severely humiliated by Yang Kai. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This old master will let you experience the power of this trash book." Saying so, he waved his hand. The golden armored heavenly book floating above his head suddenly flipped and stopped on a certain page. Kai Yang could clearly see that the page was engraved with an oval pattern. It was curved like a child's graffiti, but it didn't look like anything. But when the golden armored heavenly book stopped on this page, it suddenly bloomed with golden light, forming an oval light curtain that enveloped Tan Juanhao. Hong, the power of the myriad sword slammed into the golden light curtain, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the power of his sword strike was mostly to probe, it was not something that anyone could withstand. Tan Juanhao did not even circulate his emperor chi to protect his body and only relied on the golden armored heavenly book to defend himself perfectly. It was obvious that this golden armored heavenly book was indeed powerful. A defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai's heart moved, but he soon felt that something was wrong. At the beginning, there were several golden lights shooting towards him, which was not something a defensive emperor artifact could do. Tan Juanhao stood in place with a smile. Even when the sword waves were about to hit him, he did not frown. His expression showed that he had absolute confidence in his golden armored heavenly book, believing that Yang Kai would never be able to hurt him. This was indeed the case. "It doesn't hurt at all." Tan Juanhao sneered, "Is that all you've got? If that's the case, then obediently accept your death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The golden armor heavenly book floating above his head flipped again. He paused on another page. Yang Kai looked around and saw that the page was engraved with many pictures of birds of prey. They looked like children's graffiti and were not perfect. However, it added a sense of malevolence. Kai Yong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With a series of fluttering sounds, golden lights shot out from the golden-armored heavenly book, twisting and transforming mid-air, transforming into various kinds of birds of prey that all shot towards Yang Kai. There were many ferocious beasts. There were at least 100 of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. The big ones were about 200 to 300 feet long, while the small ones were about the size of sparrows. Each of these beasts exuded an aura comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and one of them, in particular, had the strength of a second-order Emperor. Both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. How could he not know that the so-called golden-armored heavenly book was not a simple defensive Emperor artifact, but a compound Emperor artifact that could both attack and defend? This kind of Emperor artifact was extremely rare and very difficult to refine. Even ordinary treasures were priceless, let alone Tan Juanhao's golden armor heavenly book, which was obviously of extraordinary quality. Junior, how are you going to fight this old master? Tan Juanhao stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. Do you think this old master won't have any helpers just because he used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress those pieces of trash? With this golden armored heavenly book, this old master doesn't need to do it himself. You will die without a burial. While he was talking, the birds of prey had already flown towards Yang Kai from all directions. All of them were extremely ferocious, either spitting out light from their mouths or flapping their wings. Fireballs and wind blades appeared all of a sudden, while others pounced and attacked with their sharp claws. Yang Kai was flustered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in danger from these birds of prey. Tan Juanhao was still laughing wildly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt even more disgusted and wanted to rush up and tear his mouth off. After a while, Yang Kai regained his footing, but the situation still hadn't changed. All around him were the birds of prey summoned from the heavenly book, glaring at him. Break for me. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch in a certain direction. From the tip of his fist, a moon blade shot out and several of the beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly cut in half. Yang Kai merged into one with his sword and rushed towards the gap. There were too many birds of prey, so if he was really surrounded, even if he was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength and could only avoid them for now. Fortunately, although these creatures could display the strength of the Emperor Realm, they didn't seem to have as strong a defense as the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could kill several of them with a single punch, so killing them all should be a piece of cake. Naive. Tan Juanhao saw that Yang Kai wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't stop him. He just stood there calmly. Not good. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beasts that seemed to have been killed by him didn't dissipate immediately, but instead returned to their original state after a series of distortions. These things can't be killed. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He could feel the fierce auras coming at him from all directions, but it was too late for him to dodge. In front of him, a bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Its shining golden claws were very sharp and could probably even cut through a well-tempered Vajra. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only activate his indestructible invisible sword chi again. A 5-colored light surrounded his body, and at the same time, he pushed the dragon form secret technique to the limit. As his hands moved, countless moon blades shot out in all directions. Asterisk Kai 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 Kai, asterisk the crescent blades cut through the air one after another, slicing the ferocious beasts in half one after another, twisting and turning in midair. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a loud bang, the invisible indestructible sword chi instantly collapsed while Yang Kai's chest and back were hit by several attacks. His chest, in particular, had been torn apart by the sharp claws of a fierce bird, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen and blood flowed freely. This was with his body after dragon form. If it weren't for the dragon scales blocking some of the attacks, his stomach would have been cut open. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, they won't die, Tan Juanhao sneered as he stood to the side and made sarcastic remarks. Compared to those beasts from the Emperor Realm that he had tricked into selling at the auction, This golden armor heavenly tome was his greatest trump card. As long as the heavenly tome was still in his hands, those summoned beasts would never perish. No matter how many times they were killed, they would reappear. How could young Kai not know this? Although he didn't understand the mysteries of the golden armor heavenly tome, he could more or less guess some clues. Taking advantage of the fact that those beasts had yet to recover, young Kai's figure flickered. The law of space fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away from his original spot. Haha, kid, have you run out of tricks? Tan Juanhao laughed. He had set up so many tricks here to counter young Kai's space divine technique. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. If it weren't for those tricks, with young Kai's attainments in the law of space, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But now, he actually wanted to use the same trick again, wanting to use the teleportation secret technique. How foolish. While speaking, Tan Juanhao flipped his palm, and an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the array flag that controlled the 5 elements formation. It was by relying on this array flag that he was able to perfectly crack young Kai's space secret technique. Since young Kai had run out of tricks, he naturally didn't mind doing it again. The feeling of being forced out of the void was definitely not a good one. When the time came, all he had to do was give the order and the numerous beasts would pounce on young Kai. Pouring his Emperor Qi into the array flag, Tan Juanhao waved his hand and pointed in young Kai's direction. In the next moment, young Kai's figure materialized and reappeared. Tan Juanhao roared, "Die!" As soon as his voice fell, young Kai suddenly disappeared. Tan Juanhao's laughter came to an abrupt end as a figure flashed in front of him. Young Kai had already appeared in front of him, almost face to face, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Old dog, your timing isn't right." "You!" Tan Juanhao was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what had happened. Young Kai's use of the teleportation secret technique just now was obviously a feint. In fact, he hadn't really used it at all. His figure materialized on his own initiative, not because he was forced out of the void. Tan Juanhao had mistakenly thought that he had succeeded, and in a moment of carelessness, young Kai had really used the teleportation secret technique. "Damn it, I fell for this little brat's trick." Tan Juanhao ground his teeth so hard they almost broke. He hadn't expected that his trump card would become a flaw and be exploited by the enemy. It was really humiliating. Thinking quickly, Tan Juanhao was about to withdraw. The real battle had just begun, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of the power of the golden armored heavenly book yet. Even if young Kai had tricked him once, it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Tan Juanhao was full of confidence that he could kill young Kai here. "Look into my eyes." At this moment, young Kai suddenly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and shouted. Tan Juanhao instinctively looked into his eyes. "Good boy." Young Kai grinned, his left eye suddenly becoming solemn and filled with a rich golden light. His pupil suddenly turned into a golden vertical slit, like a heavenly eye, exuding endless majesty. Demon Eye of Annihilation. "Not good, I've been tricked again, little bastard." Tan Juanhao was shocked, cursing young Kai in his heart. He instinctively wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he couldn't do it. That golden vertical shaft was emitting a strange power that could intimidate one's mind. It had a mysterious power that could seize one's soul. Eye technique. Tan Juanhao bit the tip of his tongue and desperately urged his spiritual energy, loosening the power of the heavenly eye. But in a battle between masters, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Without waiting for Tan Juanhao to look away, young Kai had already attacked. Soul Slayer, Heaven-Breaking Strike. A golden light shot out from his left eye, slashing towards Tan Juanhao in a flash. With a muffled groan, young Kai's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain. On the other hand, Tan Juanhao let out an extremely shrill cry. Blood spurted out of his eyes and his face twisted in an instant. Chapter 2703. The soul-splitting blade was an emperor artifact that specialized in damaging the soul and was extremely powerful. Heaven-shattering slash was a secret technique that young Kai had learned from Tian Yang in the Divine Ascension mirror world. The Divine Ascension Mirror was the sect-guarding treasure of Azure Sun Temple, and it was a world of its own. The living beings inside it did not have physical bodies, and all of them lived as soul avatars. Tian Yang was the strongest person in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The strength of his soul avatars had even reached the level of the great emperors. He had spent his entire life studying soul secret techniques, so how could the heaven-shattering slash be weak when it came from him? With an emperor artifact like the soul-splitting blade, the power it displayed was not as simple as 1+1. Furthermore, Yang Kai had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit just in case, causing him to feel a little overwhelmed. Now, his face was pale, his body was cold, and his head was splitting. Tan Juanhao, who had taken this attack head-on, was in an even more tragic state. The violent power of the soul-splitting blade instantly tore through his Knowledge Sea's defenses and rushed into his Knowledge Sea, causing it to turn upside down. The water in his Knowledge Sea churned and his soul became chaotic. Tan Juanhao screamed in pain. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. His Knowledge Sea had been severely damaged in an instant. Aside from a few extinct pills, this kind of injury could not be healed. Even the great emperors would not be able to do anything about it. Blossoming Lotus. Yang Kai roared again, preparing to take his life while he was down. He forced himself to focus and activated the Blossoming Lotus secret technique. Who would have thought that at this moment, the golden-armored heavenly book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again, suddenly stopping on a certain page. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the pages. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was completely unprepared and was directly pierced through by these 2 golden lights. Pu. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying by a huge force. He rolled on the ground and did not get up for a long time. An intense pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai looked up and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed loudly, "Old dog, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." 2 finger-sized holes appeared in his lower abdomen, directly piercing through his body. He didn't know what kind of attack those 2 golden lights were. Even his dragon form secret skill couldn't defend against it. Pushing his emperor chi to the wound, Yang Kai stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the hundreds of fierce beasts once again swarmed over. Yang Kai was shocked and could only use his teleportation secret technique to dodge. Without Tan Juanhao's restraint, it was still rather difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. He could easily escape from them with a single teleport. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as Tan Juanhao threw his head back and howled madly. His robes fluttered without any wind, and even his hair danced madly in the wind. His appearance was extremely malevolent. He he he. Yang Kai covered his abdomen and hid to the side. Look at him. All of a sudden, he felt much better. Although Yang Kai had been injured by him due to his carelessness, Tan Juanhao's injuries would only be worse. Even if Yang Kai couldn't kill him today, Tan Juanhao wouldn't be able to live for long. Taking out healing and recovery pills from his space ring, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of them into his mouth like he was eating candy. Even a cornered beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Tan Juanhao. Yang Kai was afraid that he would really have to fight with his life on the line, so taking some pills was always a good idea. Hualala, the pages of the book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know what this old thing was up to this time, so he secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to dodge at any time. The pages of the book froze and a golden light shot out, twisting and transforming into a golden sword in mid-air. It pierced through the air and directly cracked space. A few fierce beasts that couldn't dodge in time were cut into nothingness. Tchem. Yang Kai looked around in surprise. Hualala, the pages of the book flipped again. This time, a large seal flew out from the pages and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Hualala, the pages of the book kept flipping, and every time they froze, a different attack would shoot out from those pages. Some were artifacts of different shapes, some were powerful secret techniques, and some were summoned lifelike monster beast. Yang Kai even saw a monster beast that was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This monster beast had countless eyes and looked like a meatball. Yang Kai didn't know what it was. However, the profound light that shot out from the eyes on its round body seemed to have the strange effect of petrifying people. As soon as this meatball monster beast appeared, the eyes on its body kept opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a profound light would shoot out. There were as many as 100, and as few as a few dozen. The first 100 fierce beasts summoned by Tan Juanhao were all killed by this meatball. They were all frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. On the other hand, these fierce beasts seemed to be extremely afraid of this meatball. They just let it beat them without fighting back, and after a while, they were all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic. All kinds of attacks were thrown around aimlessly. Yang Kai was jumping around, dodging them all. Especially when facing the meatball's attacks, his reaction speed and agility were greatly reduced. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to resolve the situation. Yang Kai was shocked. If Tan Juanhao had taken the opportunity to attack him just now, even if he had the Space Divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Ah! Tan Juanhao screamed as he clutched his head with both hands. Sometimes he jumped into the air, sometimes he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Where was the demeanor of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of Starsoul Palace? He's gone crazy. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face black. He didn't expect things to develop so dramatically. He was a little caught off guard. But on second thought, he had used the soul-splitting saber as the foundation to display the heaven-shattering strike. An ordinary person would have died immediately if they were hit head-on. After all, if their knowledge sea was broken, their soul would definitely be destroyed. How could they survive? Tan Juanhao being able to survive such an attack was already extremely impressive, but in any case, with his knowledge sea severely damaged, he couldn't come out of it unscathed. At this moment, his thoughts were in chaos and his mind was unclear. He had obviously gone crazy. Yang Kai rejoiced. Previously, Tan Juanhao had only used the 3 divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book, but Yang Kai was already unable to resist. At this moment, it seemed that this golden armored heavenly book had endless uses. If Tan Juanhao had really used all the divine technique, not to mention anything else, just summoning that meatball would have been enough to kill him. Right now, Tan Juanhao's soul was in chaos, and he was using all the divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book at will. This was the real terror of this golden armored heavenly book. Where did this Emperor artifact come from? This was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the golden armored heavenly book that had been suspended above Tan Juanhao's head suddenly released a golden light. Immediately afterwards, the strange existences that had been summoned also turned into golden lights and rushed towards the golden armored heavenly book, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After all the existences returned, the golden armored heavenly book suddenly closed and fell from Tan Juanhao's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened like a thief as he fixed his gaze on the golden armored heavenly book. In a flash, he arrived in front of the heavenly book and reached out to pick it up. After seeing the many divine technique and power of the golden armored heavenly book, how could Yang Kai not be tempted? With such an emperor artifact in hand, he would have a great advantage in battles in the future. *ci lolo, a strange sound rang out. The moment Yang Kai grabbed the golden armored heavenly book, the heavenly book flickered with a golden light and a violent vibration and repulsive force resisted Yang Kai's big hand. Not only that, under the cover of the golden light, Yang Kai's big hand was in unbearable pain, as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. His other hand suddenly grabbed the golden armored heavenly book from the other side and refused to let go. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tan Juanhao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with blood, making him look extremely ferocious. "Let go, this is mine," Tan Juanhao shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Are you crazy? I'll keep this for you first." "I'm not crazy." Tan Juanhao shook his head with a serious expression. "You're crazy." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, his words carrying a bewitching power. "You're really crazy." "I'm crazy." Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai nodded softly. If he wasn't crazy, how could he snatch the golden-armored heavenly book from him like this? This was his emperor artifact, and he could summon it back with just a thought. I'm crazy. Tan Juanhao suddenly straightened his body and fell into deep thought. His hand that was holding the golden-armored heavenly book involuntarily loosened. He didn't seem to think that being crazy had anything to do with snatching the heavenly book. Yang Kai took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly book and forced it into the sealed world bead. Tan Juanhao's soul brand was on the heavenly book, so he could only erase it later. However, Yang Kai's action instantly attracted Tan Juanhao's attention. He woke up from his contemplation and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I don't have it anymore." Tan Juanhao was furious. His Emperor Qi erupted fiercely as he pounced straight at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was directly hit by him. His injured abdomen hurt even more, and his body curled up like a shrimp. "Give it back to me," Tan Juanhao shouted, his fists like the wind, turning into thousands of fist shadows, bombarding Yang Kai's chest. Pu. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, covering Tan Juanhao's face. At the same time, he kicked Tan Juanhao's body fiercely, finally putting some distance between them. Quickly forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai's face was solemn as he whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." After the seal was formed, he gently pushed it forward. Tan Juanhao had no intention of dodging at all. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he chased after him, repeating the same sentence. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal hit Tan Juanhao directly, sending him flying. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor drained from his body. In mid-air, Tan Juanhao, who was already old, suddenly became even older. His hair turned white and fell, and his skin wrinkled. After landing, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Chapter 2704. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he immediately rushed towards Yang Kai again and shouted, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. When Tan Juanhao was close enough, he suddenly threw out a punch. Half of Tan Juanhao's body was shattered, and he was sent flying again. But this time, he couldn't get up. The soul-splitting saber's heaven-piercing strike had caused great damage to him. His soul was in chaos, and he unconsciously activated the golden-armored heavenly book to release its power. A treasure like the golden-armored heavenly book was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The two were directly proportional. Tan Juanhao had summoned almost all the divine technique in the golden-armored heavenly book, so one could imagine how much energy he had to use. Even though he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, his Emperor Qi was almost dried up. His soul was damaged, his Emperor Qi was dried up, and his strength was 90% gone. Moreover, he was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal. Tan Juanhao was just a trapped beast. At this time, let alone Yang Kai, even an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master could easily take down Tan Juanhao. "Give it back to me." Half of his body was shattered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were exposed. Lying on the ground, Tan Juanhao still shouted stubbornly, but his voice was extremely weak. "Give it back to you," Yang Kai muttered softly, his body on the verge of collapse. Today's battle was extremely dangerous, and his injuries were also very serious, especially the huge gash on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight, and there were also 2 bloody holes in his lower abdomen. The wound on his chest was caused by the huge bird with strength comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. These creatures summoned from the golden-armored heavenly book didn't have much defense, but their attack power was ridiculously strong. Even Yang Kai's dragon transformation couldn't defend against them. The bloody holes in his lower abdomen were pierced by the 2 golden lights of the golden-armored heavenly book, injuring his inner palace. There were countless other injuries, both big and small. Several of his ribs were broken as well. How could the word tragic describe it? However, Yang Kai was extremely excited, because this was the first time he had defeated a third-order Emperor Realm Master in a head-on battle. With this experience, he would not be flustered when facing other third-order Emperor Realm Masters in the future. The growth of any cultivator. All of them were inseparable from life and death battles. The more experience one had in battle, the further one could walk on the path of martial arts. Also, another extremely soft shout came from the other side, but it only spat out one word before falling silent. The last bit of life left in Tan Junhao's body also disappeared at this moment. Finally dead, Yang Kai felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The injuries on his body and the energy he had consumed made him exhausted. Now that he saw that his enemy was dead, his tense nerves finally relaxed. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, and he wished he could sleep right now. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a wisp of killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Die! Wu Ming excitedly slashed down with his sword, his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation pouring out without holding back. He had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai earlier, so he had avoided the most dangerous moment. While unconscious, he was woken up by an attack. It was Tan Junhao who accidentally injured him when he unconsciously used the power of the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Wu Ming was smart. Even though he woke up at that time, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he secretly observed the situation of the battle. At first glance, he was shocked. Her heart was filled with shock. Her honored master had actually gone crazy while Kai Yang was still alive and kicking. He could not help but feel a little anxious. He did not know if his crazy honored master was still a match for Yang Kai. If he was not, then he was doomed. It turned out that his honored master was not a match for Yang Kai. After a short while, he was exhausted. In the end, half of his body was shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai. His honored master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually not a match for Yang Kai. Instead, he was killed. Wu Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He felt like there was no light left in this world. But at that moment, he keenly noticed that Yang Kai's figure swayed. He immediately understood that even if Yang Kai won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory, and the price he had to pay was not small. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. As long as he killed Yang Kai, not only could he avenge his honored master, but he could also obtain many treasures. He had long admired his honored master's Golden Armor Heavenly Book. If he could obtain that treasure, he would even dare to fight against a third-order Emperor Realm Master. From then on, he would soar in Star Soul Palace. Becoming an elder was definitely not just a dream. Otherwise, when Yang Kai recovered, the first thing he would do was not let go of him. Wu Ming made a prompt decision to attack Yang Kai when he was at his weakest. He wanted to finish him off in one fell swoop. Yang Kai did not seem to be able to react in time. The saber landed on Wu Ming's shoulder 5 inches deep. Wu Ming was overjoyed and was about to remove Yang Kai's shoulder when Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grinned at him. "You finally couldn't help but jump out?" Wu Ming was startled and said in horror, "You knew." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned, "Guess." Wu Ming was furious. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you dare to play tricks. This king will cut you in half." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely pushed his Emperor Qi and his long saber hummed as it carried the power to cut Yang Kai in half. If you had stayed there obediently, this young master might not have been able to do anything to you, but since you jumped out, you can die. Yang Kai roared as he grabbed the back of the long saber. Under the power of his physique, the long saber was unable to move an inch forward. Wu Ming's face was filled with horror. He never expected that this young man, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, could still display such strength. A fist swung towards him. After seeing his honored master's body being smashed in half with a single punch, how could Wu Ming not know the power of this fist? Her neck was slender and fair, and her face was delicate and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, giving her a picturesque appearance. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He had not expected that after unlocking the 5 elements expansive array, the first person to come to his side would not be Ying Fei, but that dragon lady named Zhu Qing. "Didn't she leave already?" Since the last time they met at the inn, young Kai had not seen her for almost a month. He had thought that she would not be able to stand his unreasonable actions and would no longer care about him. Did this dragon lady come here to loot a burning house? Young Kai was shocked. The last time they had met in the wilderness, he had severely molested her. Although he had been a little confused at the time and had not been able to control himself, he had indeed done something bad. This dragon lady did not look like a magnanimous person at first glance. Perhaps she had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. But now, he had no strength to even truss a chicken, and was blocked by her here. He was afraid that no matter what, he would not be able to settle this peacefully. Chapter 2705. Monster King. Young Kai weakly shouted as he hammered the ground with his fists, making thumping sounds. The situation wasn't good. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of the dragon lady Zhu Qing. However, he had just fought a great battle and was extremely weak. He didn't feel safe being alone with her. It would be safer to call Ying Fei over to protect him. What are you shouting for? He won't be able to find this place in a short time. Zhu Qing looked at young Kai's half-dead appearance and felt very happy. She smiled and squatted in front of his head. Her legs pressed down on the corner of her skirt so that her body wouldn't be exposed. She rested her face on her hand and looked at him with interest. Young Kai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at her and vigilantly said, "Then how did you find me so quickly?" "Dragon aura. I'm a member of the dragon race. I can sense your dragon aura, so I can naturally find you." Zhu Qing reached out and poked the dragon scale on Young Kai's chest. Hiss. Young Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted. There was already a deep wound there, so Zhu Qing's poke was neither light nor heavy. It almost made him jump up in pain. "Aya, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Zhu Qing covered her red lips with her hand and looked at young Kai with shame. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, but the crafty look in her eyes showed that she was clearly asking the obvious. "It's just a small wound. It's not worth mentioning." Young Kai arrogantly snorted. He wouldn't say anything even if it hurt, but he couldn't show any weakness. "Is that so?" Zhu Qing sneered maliciously. She twisted her slender finger and poked at the wound on young Kai's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Young Kai was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that this young master didn't have much strength right now, he would definitely spank her. Zhu Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She just poked at the wound with her finger. Poke, poke, poke. She even pretended to be concerned and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It's such a big wound, isn't it painful?" Young Kai's face suddenly became colorful, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He secretly swore in his heart that if he didn't get killed by her today, in the future, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. "Does it hurt?" Zhu Qing asked again with a concerned look. Her hands became more aggressive, and one of her fingers went into the wound, stirring back and forth. A tear slid down the corner of young Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a dragon in shallow water being teased by a shrimp, or a tiger being bullied by a dog. Turning his head, young Kai stared at Zhu Qing's legs and said seriously, "Girl, your underwear is exposed." Zhu Qing was stunned. He hurriedly looked down. At this moment, young Kai abruptly activated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power. Golden light burst forth, enveloping him and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if she had received a great shock. Her small face changed slightly. Young Kai reached out, grabbed her neck, and dragged her down. Zhu Qing was directly dragged to her knees in front of young Kai. She couldn't resist at all. With a loud thud, their heads collided with each other. Young Kai only felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still accurately caught the other party's red lips and bit them. Then, like a dragon coming out of its hole, he opened her mouth and tasted the sweet taste wantonly. "Oh!" Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan, and her eyes instantly widened. Although it wasn't the first time, she still couldn't bear such intimate contact. It was as if there was an indestructible spear in her mouth, sweeping left and right, emitting a mysterious power that bombarded her soul. She immediately felt a strange numbness all over her body, and she was unable to gather her strength, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Gradually, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, becoming extremely hot and dry. In this square full of corpses, blood, and internal organs, the two seemed to be frozen. Time also seemed to have stopped flowing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the golden divine dragon's origin power also slowly withdrew. Without the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin power, Zhu Qing suddenly raised her head and broke away from Yang Kai's wanton actions. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You, impudent." A trivial human had molested her time and time again. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. He. Yang Kai lay on the ground without a care for his image. He looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't stop laughing and said like a hooligan, "Do it. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. If you kill me, you'll also become a widow." He spoke as if Zhu Qing was already his woman. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost appeared on her face. Gritting her teeth, she raised a delicate fist and aimed it at Yang Kai's face. "You! Great Lord!" Yang Kai cursed as his vision turned black and he completely fainted. Dizzy, with a splitting headache, and weak body, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was very weak. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. His consciousness was drifting, and some familiar voices called out to him. In his hazy vision, familiar faces appeared one after another. He wanted to see them clearly, but he couldn't see them clearly. He reached out to grab them, but it was like the moon in a well, flowers in water. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and his chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear. "Young Master Yang! Yang Kai! Sect Master!" A series of shouts sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked around and saw Ying Fei, Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, Kai Yu, and the others gathered around him, their eyes full of concern. Seeing that he had finally woken up, there was a look of relief on their faces. "I didn't die," Yang Kai muttered softly. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, you had a great battle and consumed too much of your strength. The injuries you suffered were not light, so you fell unconscious. Fortunately, Miss Zhu Qing was the first to find you and has been guarding you since then. Otherwise, if you were taken advantage of, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thinking about it, Yang Kai had fallen into a deep coma at that time. If someone with bad intentions had found him, his life would have been in danger. Although the 5 elements array had been broken by Yang Kai, the 8-directional Yuan array was still functioning. Ying Fei and the others had been waiting for Gong Tai to break the array and close the separated space before they could walk out of the room. "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned. Ying Fei smiled and said, "It is indeed Miss Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she helped us." As he spoke, he looked to the side and revealed a meaningful smile. He probably felt that there was something going on between Kai Yang and Zhu Qing. After all, the last time they were in the wilderness, the two of them had been so intimate. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw Zhu Qing standing there with an unnatural expression on her face. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that if it wasn't for this dragon lady's last attack, he wouldn't have fainted. However, she didn't take the opportunity to do anything to him, which surprised Yang Kai. It seemed that she didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? "Hey, who helped me wash and change my clothes?" Only then did Kai Yang discover that the bloodstains on his body had been washed clean. Even his clothes had been changed into a clean set. Could it be Zhu Qing? TSK, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. "It's me." Rou seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's imagination and coldly snorted, "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your trouble, father-in-law and master. How could this son-in-law dare to have any objections? Mph, you're all alone outside, yet you don't even protect yourself. What if you and the others become widows?" Rou reprimanded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling very guilty. Who told him to ruin someone's daughter's innocence? Jiyu Kangyun said from the side, "If you want to blame someone, it's because we're too weak. Sect Master Yang only stood up for us." Rou sighed, "Don't be so reckless next time." His words were full of concern as he paused for a moment. Fifth sister, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly said, "She's fine, I'll let her out now." With a wave of his hand, he opened the sealed world bead and released Kai Yu. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded when she saw this. When everyone saw each other, they naturally inquired about Yang Kai and learned that he was seriously injured. Kai Yu also had a look of self-blame on her face. "Everyone, let young Master Yang rest for a while." Ying Fei saw that everyone was making a ruckus and was afraid that they would disturb Yang Kai's recovery, so he quickly said, Yes. Guizhu nodded, "If there's anything, let's wait until Sect Master recovers." Immediately, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Zhu Qing didn't say a word as she followed the crowd out. "Hey, you, Qing pay attention, I have something to ask you," Yang Kai called out to her. Zhu Qing's footsteps paused when she heard Yang Kai call her so intimately. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still nodded lightly and stopped walking. She also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yang Kai alone. Kai Yu and Rou, on the other hand, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully before turning their heads away. Not long after, everyone had left. Yang Kai climbed out of bed, sat down cross-legged, and used his divine sense to examine himself. At first glance, Yang Kai was surprised, because he found that his strength seemed to have improved. After confirming it in disbelief, he found that it had indeed improved. Although he was not yet at the Second-Order Emperor realm, he was definitely at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm, much stronger than before. In the previous few days, he had to deal with the siege of nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm. Then, he had to deal with the 100-monster beast summoned by the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. In the end, he had to fight to the death with Tan Jun Hao and win a Pyrrhic victory. His strength, whether it was his spiritual energy or his Emperor Qi, was almost completely depleted. Fighting to the death had actually brought him benefits. Although he had not fully recovered yet, as long as he recovered, the strength he could display would definitely be much stronger than before. If he encountered another battle like before, he would not be half dead. This was really a blessing from the heavens. After checking his injuries, Yang Kai found that there were no major problems. He had been unconscious for a few days, and during these few days, the powerful restorative power of his physical body and golden blood had been working. The wounds on his chest and shoulders were almost completely healed, and the spiritual energy he had consumed was completely replenished under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As long as he meditated for a day or two, he would be full of energy again. Chapter 2706. While Yang Kai was inspecting himself, Zhu Qing stood to the side, looking at him curiously without urging him. A few days ago, although she was the first to find Yang Kai, she didn't know what had happened. She only knew that he had encountered a fierce battle. It wasn't until later that she found out that his opponent was actually a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Many of them were existences whose cultivation was much higher than his, and one of them was even an elder of Starsoul Palace. But in the end, he was the one who won. His enemies were all dead. Zhu Qing couldn't help but be moved. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they boasted that they were the leader of all living beings and possessed the most powerful source of Holy Spirit. Their vision had always been extremely high, and they had never put other races in their eyes. Even among those miscellaneous Holy Spirits, there were very few that could compare to the Dragon Clan. But Zhu Qing knew that even if she did it herself, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat when she was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Was he really human? Zhu Qing really admired him for this, but this person's character was extremely bad. The first time he molested her, she could explain it by saying that he couldn't help but be attracted to her bloodline, but the second time was definitely intentional. If the elder hadn't told her to be on good terms with him, Zhu Qing would have cut him into pieces long ago. How could she allow him to live in this world? Aren't you afraid that I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like this? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing quickly averted her gaze and looked away. I'm curious, why didn't you kill me? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Why would I kill you? Zhu Qing looked out the window and asked without turning her head. Yang Kai asked curiously, you didn't want to kill me. Then why did you come back? He hadn't seen her for almost a month. It was no wonder that Yang Kai misunderstood when she suddenly appeared when he was at his weakest. At that time, he thought that she was here for revenge. Who would have thought that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected? Zhu Qing turned around and glared at Yang Kai. What else can I do? Of course I want to be your friend. Be friends. Yang Kai was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Zhu Qing waved her hand. An item flew towards Yang Kai as he said, this is what you wanted. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He looked at her in confusion and then realized that the thing in his hand was a wine jug. Could it be? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He opened the wine pot and took a whiff. The aroma of the wine assailed his nostrils. The sword wine of the wine's word manor in the Western Territory is only brewed 99 pots of it every year. The pot in your hand is one of them. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He looked at her strangely and said, you went to the Western Territory? A month ago, he had just casually said it to make things difficult for her. But he didn't expect that she would really give him a pot of sword wine. He hadn't seen her for a while. It wasn't that she retreated, but that she went out to give him sword wine. A joke actually made her run around for a month. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that this girl was really stupid or really stupid, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. But then he thought about it again. Even if she was a member of the dragon race, how could a month be enough for her to go back and forth from the Western Territory? Why do you care where I went? Anyway, I got you what you needed. Zhu Qing secretly gritted her teeth. For this pot of sword wine, she had paid a great price. She looked at Yang Kai and said, then we are friends now? Yang Kai looked up at her and didn't say a word. Zhu Qing angrily said, you want to go back on your words. She secretly swore in her heart, if this hateful guy dares to go back on his words. Even if she would be punished by the elders, she would beat him up, then knock him out and bring him back to Dragon Island. Looking at his current appearance, she should be able to beat him. She clenched her fists and looked at Yang Kai carefully. She was calculating where she could punch him. Otherwise, when he used the ancestral dragon sauce, she would be suppressed again. Yang Kai stared at her for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, okay, then we are friends now. It felt strange to be friends with a member of the dragon race, and it was forced by others. Saying so, he put the pot of sword wine into his space ring. Zhu Qing was overjoyed when she heard this. She smiled like a flower and said, really? Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Zhu Qing's face changed again and said fiercely, then why didn't you drink this pot of wine? Is it because you don't think of me as a friend in your heart? Yang Kai smiled and said, no one has ever worked so hard for me. I want to keep it as a memento, so that when I see this pot of wine in the future, I can always think of you. Who knew what was in this pot of wine? Although he agreed to be friends with Zhu Qing, this dragon race friend of his was really inexplicable. Zhu Qing definitely had some other intentions, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't trust her completely. But one thing was certain, this girl didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Otherwise, when he was unconscious, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. And as he said to Zhu Qing before, the word friend wasn't as simple as just saying it. Zhu Qing didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words. Her face turned slightly red, and she actually felt like her heart was beating fast. She said bashfully, what are you talking about? This bashful appearance made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Recalling this girl's sweet tongue and warm red lips, he suddenly felt a little restless. Zhu Qing's heart was also in a mess. Although Yang Kai agreed to be friends with her, which could be considered as taking the first step, how to invite him to Dragon Island was still a problem. She couldn't say it out loud right now. That would make her intentions too obvious. For a moment, she was hesitant. The atmosphere was a little strange. Yang Kai felt his blood flow accelerate a lot, as if something bad would happen if he didn't suppress it. He was baffled. Every time he was with Zhu Qing, he couldn't control himself. Although this girl was beautiful and had a good figure, there were many beautiful women out there. Why was it that she could make him so excited? He wanted to drive her away, but he had just agreed to be friends with her. If he wanted to drive her away, it would be too unkind. So he simply grabbed a few space rings from the bedside and checked them one by one. These space rings belonged to the people he killed in the Emperor realm. There were 7 or 8 of them. Although he was unconscious before, the space rings of these people were collected by Ying Fei, who arrived later and placed next to him. Let's see if there's anything good here. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his palms together with great interest. Zhu Qing also glanced at them, but she didn't pay too much attention. For her, although there were many things in these space rings, they weren't very attractive. TSK, so many source crystals. Yang Kai opened the first space ring and saw a large number of source crystals piled up inside. There were nearly 10 million high-rank source crystals, 30 to 40 million mid-rank source crystals, and hundreds of millions of low-rank source crystals. There were also a variety of pills, secret arts, rare ores, artifacts, and emperor artifacts. After reaching the Emperor realm, everyone had lived for a long time and had accumulated a lot of wealth over the long flowing time Great Emperor. Although Yang Kai was rich, since he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to prepare for the future. On Shadowed Star, at least 10,000 people would need to migrate here, perhaps even more. Once that happened, the cultivation resources they would need would be bottomless, so naturally, the more the better. Source crystals would be needed by the disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. Secret arts would also provide a broader cultivation path for the disciples. As for artifacts and emperor artifacts, they could also be rewarded based on their contributions. Transferring the things in this space ring into his own, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Opening another space ring, he found that it was even richer. Yang Kai laughed happily, causing Zhu Qing to frown. There were 7 or 8 space rings, each of which contained at least 10 million high-rank source crystals and countless mid-rank and low-rank source crystals. Thinking about it, these people from the Emperor realm came to participate in the auction in Flowing Shadow City with Tianhu in mind, so how could they not bring enough source crystals? These high-grade source crystals were probably all that each of their sects had in store. But in the end, all of them benefited Yang Kai. Wow! Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly. He found that the number of source crystals in the space ring in his hand was even higher. There were 50 to 60 million high-rank source crystals, 4 or 5 times more than the others. This space ring should be Tan Junhao's space ring because Yang Kai found the Dragon Island token that he had handed over before. Taking out the Dragon Island token, Yang Kai threw it into the sealed world bead. Generally, Yang Kai stored the most valuable things in the sealed world bead. Only the less important things would be placed in the space ring. Wait! Zhu Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked up at her. That thing just now. Zhu Qing took a few steps forward and said excitedly, that token, can you let me see it? You mean this? Yang Kai took out the Dragon Island token and waved it in front of Zhu Qing. Yes, that's it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Yang Kai cautiously held the Dragon Island token to his chest, then turned sideways and said solemnly, this is mine. Zhu Qing stamped her foot and said, I know it's yours, I just want to see it. What does this guy mean? Why is he acting like a thief? Does he think that I, a member of the dragon race, will steal his things? There's no need to look. This is the Dragon Island token. Yang Kai waved the token in front of her. The Dragon Island token was something that came from the Dragon Island. As a member of the dragon race, Zhu Qing naturally recognized it. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't try to hide it. It's really the Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing was greatly surprised. She left the Dragon Island this time to track down the whereabouts of the last Dragon Island token that was lost. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she sensed the dragon aura on Yang Kai's body, so she was delayed. But she didn't expect that she would really find the Dragon Island token. As long as she had the Dragon Island token, she could return to the Dragon Island and report on her mission. Moreover, she could go to the forbidden area to evolve her bloodline and obtain greater strength. This Dragon Island token was of great significance to her, so how could Zhu Qing not be excited? Chapter 2707. It's the real deal. Yang Kai chuckled and put away the Dragon Island token again. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, rumor has it that with the Dragon Island token, you can go to the Dragon Island and make a request that your dragon race can fulfill. Is that true?" Zhu Qing said, "Of course it's true. Any kind of request." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he recognized the value of this Dragon Island token. "Basically, it's not a problem as long as we can fulfill it and it doesn't violate the principles of the dragon race," Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if the dragon race would agree if he went to the Dragon Island to exchange for Zhu Qing with this Dragon Island token. They probably wouldn't agree, as he might even offend the dragon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He checked Tan Juanhao's other treasures again. "You want to go to the Dragon Island?" Zhu Qing was interested and asked softly. If she could persuade Yang Kai to go to the Dragon Island with the Dragon Island token, she would have completed her mission. In any case, he had found the last Dragon Island token and invited the person with the ancestral dragon source to the Dragon Island. Such a contribution was enough for him to enter the forbidden area to improve his bloodline power. "Why would I go there?" Yang Kai shook his head as he packed up his treasures. Zhu Qing said anxiously, "Don't you have any wishes to fulfill? Take this Dragon Island token and our dragon race will fulfill them for you." "There is one thing." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, as if he had thought of something. "What is it?" "Let's hear it," Zhu Qing said excitedly. "I came from the territory of a lower plane called Hengluo Starfield. I want to go back. Can your Dragon Island send me back?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Now that he had established a firm foothold in the star boundary and had a territory of his own, the cultivation environment here was many times better than on Shadowed Star. On top of that, this place was quite safe, so naturally he wanted to bring his family and friends here. However, he didn't know how to return to the Hengluo Starfield. Originally, he wanted to find the Yang inflammation before making any plans. Now that he had obtained the Dragon Island order, he had no idea how to return. Perhaps he could ask the dragon race for help. The dragon race had been passed down for so many years that they knew everything in the world. They definitely knew the way to return to the Hengluo Starfield. Return to the territory of the lower plane? Zhu Qing frowned. Difficult. Yang Kai looked at her expression. He knew that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Zhu Qing said, "This is indeed difficult. You should know that ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors destroyed the territory of many star boundaries tens of thousands of years ago, the passages between the star boundary and those star boundaries were all sealed off. Many of the passages between the territory and the star boundary were cut off." Yang Kai had heard about this before. Tens of thousands of years ago, the people of the star boundary wanted to go to the territory of the lower plane, although they had to pay a price. But it was not difficult. However, ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors caused trouble, all the passages to the territory of the lower plane were sealed off. They were afraid that masters would break into the territory of the lower plane and do whatever they wanted. After all, the strength of the cultivator in the territory of those star boundaries was not high. The Origin King Realm was the highest, and some star territories did not even have an Origin King Realm cultivator. Any random Dao Source Realm cultivator in the star boundary could sweep through the lower plane. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the best example. Countless stars were poisoned by him in the territory of the star boundaries. Wherever he went, all the star boundaries were devoured, and the cultivation stars collapsed. Hundreds of millions of cultivators died because of this. Now, the Star Court is guarding the sealed passage, and there are great emperors guarding it all year round. No one can break in. Star Court. Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing explained, the Star Court is an extremely powerful organization in the star boundary. It is not a sect. It was founded by the joint efforts of the current 10 great emperors. It guards the sealed passage and takes turns guarding it. As far as I know, It is currently guarding the Star Court. It is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He is also the Great Emperors who are the best at conquering and conquering among the Great Emperors. I've never heard of it. Yang Kai looked surprised, feeling like his knowledge had been greatly broadened. Zhu Qing smiled. The existence of the Star Court is very mysterious. It is impossible for ordinary people to have heard of it. Maybe your family's elders know. You can go back and ask them. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly understood. If it was the Emperor realm with other inheritances, he might be able to hear about the Star Court from his family's elders, but he was alone and had not been in the Star Boundary for long. Who would tell him this? The majesty of the Star Court cannot be shaken. Not only was it founded by the 10 Great Emperors, but it is also rumored that there are several unknown Great Emperors in it. Even our dragon race cannot easily provoke them. Unknown Great Emperors. Yang Kai was shocked. Aren't there only 10 Great Emperors? Zhu Qing smiled. Who told you there were only 10? Yang Kai was speechless, unable to respond. Yes, no one told him that there were only 10 Great Emperors. It was just that he had always heard others mention the 10 Great Emperors, so he subconsciously thought that there were only 10 Great Emperors. The Great Emperors have very long lives. Although I don't dare to say that they have the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth and the sun and moon, they will not die easily. Many years have passed, and even if it is difficult for Great Emperors to be promoted, there will always be some amazing people who succeed and become Great Emperors, but no one knows. For example, the elders of my dragon race are comparable to Great Emperors, but they are not among the 10 Great Emperors. What about you? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. I am still far from it. The Great Emperors are special existences that ordinary people cannot reach. Then I will have to work hard, Yang Kai said with a dignified expression. Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and found that he was not joking. He was really full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to become one of the Great Emperors. Her first reaction was to find it funny. If Great Emperors could be achieved by hard work alone, then there were probably many Great Emperors in this world. But after thinking about it again, if it was the person in front of her, maybe, it was not impossible. He was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, but he fought alone and killed so many enemies whose cultivation was higher than his. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. How many of the Great Emperors could be like him when they were young? Vision determined the goal and motivation of one's struggle. For a moment, Zhu Qing was moved. So, if I want to go to the territory of the lower plains, I have to go through the Star Court first? Yang Kai asked humbly. Of course, but that is not a place to behave atrociously. Don't mess around. Yang Kai responded casually. He felt a headache coming on. He wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could go back to the territory of the lower plains. After all, he had the Space Divine technique. As long as he could determine the location of the Hengluo starfield, he might be able to break through the space barrier. But now, he knew that there was an existence called the Star Court guarding the sealed passage. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross this thick barrier. Then, do you want to go to Dragon Island? Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai looked up and said, Does Dragon Island have a way to let the Star Court open the passage and send me back? Zhu Qing shook her head. There was no need to think about it. Although Dragon Island was powerful, the Star Court was related to the existence of the entire Star Boundary. They might not give face to Dragon Island. Otherwise, the passage seal would be opened every day. There was no need for it to exist. Then why should I go? Yang Kai waved his hand. But, you can ask for other things. Zhu Qing's face was filled with anxiety as she thought quickly. That's right, you are only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now. If you go to Dragon Island, you can cultivate there. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation and you will be able to break through to the Third-Order Emperor Realm in less than 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the First-Order Emperor Realm. He could easily break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm. If he needed 100 years to reach the Third-Order Emperor Realm, then he might as well die. 100 years is already very fast. In the entire star boundary, there are few places with a better cultivation environment than Dragon Island. As long as you hand over your Dragon Island token, I promise that the elders will arrange the best place for you to cultivate, Zhu Qing persuaded earnestly. We'll talk about it later. When I think about what I need help with, I will go to Dragon Island and have a look, Yang Kai casually replied. Then, how long do you need to think about it? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't need your help, so I won't go. Zhu Qing's face turned gloomy. After hesitating for a while, she said, Then, can you give me your Dragon Island token? Give it to you? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Our relationship isn't that good, right? Why can't this girl understand what's important? She dares to say anything. Zhu Qing said, Of course, I won't give it to you for free. I will give you something in exchange. To tell you the truth, I left the island this time to track down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token. Now that I have found it, I can report back with it. Can you help me? It was really difficult for her, a dragon race girl, to ask for help. Her cheeks burned as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai frowned. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, Since you saved me last time, I can give you a chance. Zhu Qing was delighted. Before she could say anything, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Of course, it's just a chance. If you don't have what I want, then forget it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly. She took off the space ring on her hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. She said, I have a lot of good stuff. Take a look and see what you want. You can take whatever you like. I only want the Dragon Island token. So generous. Yang Kai was stunned. The space ring was usually the cultivator's privacy. It wouldn't be exposed to others easily. Zhu Qing tossed the space ring to Yang Kai without saying anything. It was obvious that she valued this Dragon Island token very much. She was prepared to get it at all costs. This girl doesn't know what it means to raise the price. She exposed my bottom line so easily. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai also wanted to know what good stuff a dragon race girl had. He scanned the space ring with his divine sense. Immediately, he was dazzled by the dense light. Wow, it seems like there are a lot of good stuff. Yang Kai was delighted. He focused his mind and looked at the space ring seriously. Chapter 2708. With a heart full of excitement and expectation, Yang Kai began to investigate carefully. But soon, his brow furrowed as a strange look appeared on his face. As time passed, this strange look became more and more intense. The veins on his forehead bulged, and finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He looked up at Zhu Qing and asked, What are these things? What's wrong? You don't like anything? Zhu Qing looked at him in astonishment. Impossible, the things in this ring were things that he had painstakingly collected with great difficulty. Every single one of them was precious to him. How could this person not take a fancy to any of them? I like your grandpa. Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and took out a jade hairpin from his space ring. This jade hairpin shone brilliantly and had a beautiful appearance, but the key point was that it was just a Dao source grade low-rank artifact, and the energy fluctuations it exuded were negligible. It seemed to only have a single defensive secret technique sealed within it. Turning to Zhu Qing, Yang Kai shouted, Is this what you call a treasure? Yang Kai felt like he had been deceived. His heart was hurt. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said, Be gentle, don't crush it. As if the jade hairpin was some kind of extraordinary treasure. Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, I don't like this one. Look at the others, there are many more. Yang Kai casually reached into his space ring and pulled out more than a dozen strange things. Some were artifacts, some were things he couldn't even name, and there were even some strange gems. No matter which one it was, they were all sparkling and sparkling. Just from their appearance alone, they were indeed not bad. When put together, they were even more dazzling. They shone brightly. But the key was that these things were worthless to someone like Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. They were not worth a single cent. Things that couldn't be used to cultivate or enhance one's strength were naturally worthless. But Zhu Qing put them in her space ring like treasures. Yang Kai couldn't believe that this was the storage of a dragon race. He wanted to poke his eyes out. Do you like or want anything? I'm willing to exchange it with you. Zhu Qing, however, didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at him with an expression that said, "You've made a fortune. Are you really stupid or just pretending?" Yang Kai sneered. What do you mean? Zhu Qing was also a little angry. She could hear the sarcasm in Yang Kai's tone. Yang Kai was stunned. I've heard that the dragon race has 3 hobbies. It seems like it's true. What are the 3 hobbies? Zhu Qing asked curiously. She had lived on the Dragon Island since she was a child. This was also the first time she had left the Dragon Island to travel the astral boundary. She had never heard of these 3 hobbies. Yang Kai sighed. Sleep, flash, that. What do you mean? Zhu Qing glared at him and said, make yourself clear. Yang Kai glared at her and said, child, don't ask so many questions. You're the child. Your whole family are children. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. He laughed and said, anyway, in my opinion, these things are all garbage. I don't think there's any need to exchange them. Saying so, he threw the space ring back. The most important thing was that this girl didn't even have a single source crystal in her space ring. He didn't know what she usually used for cultivation. Perhaps the dragon race didn't need source crystals to cultivate. After all, the dragon race was also considered to be part of the monster race. Yang Kai had never seen a monster race member using source crystals for cultivation. The monster race had always cultivated by directly absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the sun and moon essences. Or they could swallow some heavenly treasures or other monster beasts' monster core. How is that possible? Zhu Qing huffed angrily, as if saying, you can insult me, but you can't insult my treasures. However, when she remembered that she still needed his help, her imposing manner was reduced by half. After hesitating for a while, she said, if you don't like these things, then what about these 2? While speaking, she suddenly reached out and flipped her hand. A basket-sized scale immediately appeared in her snow-white hand. There was also a jade bottle above the scale. Dragon scale. Yang Kai felt the dragon chi exuding from the scale. His eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and took the dragon scale and the jade bottle, gently stroking the hard scale. When he was in the Heng Luo starfield, he obtained a dragon scale. Later, he refined it and placed it on his chest. Now, when he used the dragon transformation secret technique, the dragon scale could enhance the power of the dragon transformation secret technique. If he could refine another dragon scale, the power of the dragon transformation secret technique would definitely increase. While stroking it, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from this dragon scale and immediately understood that it should be Zhu Qing's own dragon scale. Perhaps it was one that she had shed some time ago, so he couldn't help glancing over at it thoughtfully. However, he found that Zhu Qing's pretty face was flushed red and she looked extremely uncomfortable. He felt very strange and didn't know what was wrong with her. The truth was just as Yang Kai expected. This dragon scale was indeed Zhu Qing's dragon scale, but it had been shed later. Although this was the case, it was still a part of her body. Now that Yang Kai was gently stroking it, Zhu Qing felt as if his hand was touching her own body. She couldn't help but think of the scenes of her being wantonly molested by Yang Kai. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't continue for long. After a while, he put down the dragon scale and opened the jade bottle. Faintly, a dragon's roar could be heard from the jade bottle. Then, a ball of dense red light suddenly exploded, and it was extremely hot. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the jade bottle and saw a drop of dark red blood in the shape of a dragon. It looked like a burning flame was about to rush out of the bottle. True dragon's blood. Yang Kai exclaimed softly and quickly closed the jade bottle. What do you think? I'll trade these 2 items for your Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and nodded. These are good items, but, in your opinion, I can only trade these 2 items for the Dragon Island token? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said softly, I'm indeed at a disadvantage. She was quite honest. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a better impression of her. However, he didn't know that the dragon race had always been arrogant. Naturally, they wouldn't bother to lie. However, didn't you refine dragon secret treasures before? If you refine these 2 items, the power of your dragonification secret technique will also increase, Zhu Qing persuaded him. Yang Kai smiled and said, when you first met me, you said that you refined things that didn't belong to me. You were referring to those dragon secret treasures, right? He only figured it out after he found out about Zhu Qing's identity. Dragon secret treasures were originally a part of the dragon race. As a dragon race woman, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to punish a human for refining dragon secret treasures when she suddenly saw him. She wanted to protect the dignity of the dragon race. However, she didn't expect that she would be dragged into it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found trouble with Yang Kai since she had never met him before and they didn't have any grudges against each other. Since you know that I've refined a few dragon secret treasures, how much can my strength increase if I refine these 2 items? Yang Kai grinned and threw the dragon scale and the jade bottle containing the true dragon's blood back to Zhu Qing. Then, he tossed the Dragon Island token in his hand and said, however, this thing is a rare commodity worth hoarding. But, Zhu Qing frowned. Aren't we friends? Friends are friends, business is business. These are 2 different things. Yang Kai said seriously. All right. I need to rest. You can leave first. Zhu Qing didn't want to leave. She just stared at him with her big eyes. Yang Kai's face darkened. He said, if you don't leave, I'll activate the origin of the dragon race. A man and a woman alone in a room. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend. Zhu Qing was startled. She stomped her feet and left. The ancestral dragon's origin had an absolute suppressive force on her. Even if her bloodline power was improved by a few levels, she wouldn't be able to resist it. If Yang Kai really activated the ancestral dragon's origin, she might suffer a loss again. After driving away Zhu Qing, Yang Kai grinned. His previous harvest was not small. Just the high-rank source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, not to mention the other treasures. These were secondary as they couldn't provide him with strength. However, the golden-armored heavenly book he obtained from Tan Jun Hao could be studied. If he could refine it, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Taking out the golden-armored heavenly book, Yang Kai wanted to examine it carefully. He wanted to see how many divine technique this heavenly book could summon. However, he helplessly discovered that he couldn't open the heavenly book before he refined it. In the end, he could only give up. First, he erased Tan Jun Hao's soul brand. Then, he slowly poured his emperor chi and divine sense into it to refine this emperor artifact. Zhu Qing returned to her room and immediately took out the dragon talisman. After casting a spell, an old voice came from the dragon talisman. Is it done? Zhu Qing replied respectfully, not yet. Since it's not done, why did you contact me? Zhu Qing said, Qing'er found the last Dragon Island medallion. The old voice said, you're quite lucky. We sent out 4 clansmen this time, but you were the first to find them. Did you take back the Dragon Island medallion? Zhu Qing said shamefully, not yet. The old voice said, quickly take back the Dragon Island medallion. This thing can't be spread outside. No matter what method you use, even if you have to snatch it by force. With your strength, there shouldn't be many people in this world who can be your match. Zhu Qing replied, this is what's troubling Qing'er. The owner of the Dragon Island medallion is none other than the person Qing'er mentioned to you before. Therefore, it's not convenient for me to take action. The Dragon Island medallion is also in his hands. The dragon race elder was astonished. Was this luck or was it fate? If it was someone else, with Zhu Qing's strength, she could snatch it by force. However, that person had the ancestral dragon's source. Even if Zhu Qing was stronger than him, Zhu Qing couldn't do anything about the suppression of the source. Qing'er invited him to the Dragon Island, but he didn't agree. Qing'er doesn't know what to do now. Elder, please advise me. The dragon talisman remained silent for a long time. It seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. After a long time, he asked, what did he do recently? Yes. Tell me in detail. Zhu Qing immediately told him about the battle between Yang Kai and the Emperor Realm a few days ago. Then, the Dragon Talisman chuckled, is this person really so amazing? He killed Second Order and Third Order Emperor Realm Masters with his First Order Emperor Realm cultivation? And he's an elder of the Star Soul Palace. Zhu Qing said, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, that should be the case. Then it's easy. The voice from the Dragon Talisman was full of confidence. Tell him this. Zhu Qing listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2709. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the golden-armored heavenly book in his hand helplessly. He had been refining it for 3 whole days, but the golden-armored heavenly book showed no signs of accepting his emperor qi and divine sense. This made him realize that refining the golden-armored heavenly book was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Tan Junhao must have spent many years refining this heavenly book before he could activate its power. However, Yang Kai was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised because the harder it was to refine, the more extraordinary the power of this Emperor artifact was. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, it took him more than a year to refine the mountains and rivers bell. There was no progress in refining the heavenly book, but 3 days of rest allowed him to completely recover. The benefits of the battle were gradually showing. Not only did his Emperor Qi increase, but his spiritual energy also increased. It would definitely be easier for him to break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm in the future. After putting away the heavenly book, Yang Kai scanned the outside with his divine sense and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qing Sai, Kai Yu, Rou, Gui Zhu, Jiyu Kangyun, and the others gathered in the room. Ying Fei and Zhu Qing, who heard the commotion, also rushed over. Everyone, although Tan Junhao is dead, the heart-urging insects he planted are still in your bodies. I need to get them out, so please cooperate. Yang Kai looked at everyone solemnly. Kai Yu was overjoyed when she heard this and asked, boy, can you get them out? I can try. Yang Kai nodded. Logically speaking, heart-urging insects could only be controlled by those who raised them. Yang Kai was not proficient in GU arts. He did not know how heart-urging insects were raised. However, he had the insect enslavement bracelet. This emperor artifact was the same as the soul-splitting saber, a relic of the insect emperor. Although the insect enslavement bracelet could not be used in battle, it was the nemesis of all exotic insects in the world. Any exotic insect listed in the exotic insect book could be controlled by the insect enslavement bracelet. Coincidentally, the heart-urging GU was one of the exotic insect scriptures. They were ranked at the top of the Earth list. Even the insect enslavement bracelet was able to restrain the soul-eating insect, which was a rare insect on the heaven ranking, let alone the heart-urging insect on the Earth ranking. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll be the first. Jiyu Kangyun immediately responded and sat down in front of Yang Kai. Rou suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed him, and threw him to the side. He snorted coldly, second brother, I didn't even touch you, and you dare to touch me? Don't you have any manners? Gui Zhu snickered from the side, if we're talking about seniority, I should go first, all of you get out of the way. Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his ghost chi and pushed Rou and Jiyu Kangyun to the side, sitting in front of Yang Kai. The dispute between the three only lasted for a moment. But Kai Yang was completely dumbfounded. After coming to a sudden realization, he finally understood why they were fighting for first place. Yang Kai only said that they could give it a try, but he didn't give them full confidence. If something went wrong, the first person to test it would definitely be in danger. It was because of this that the three of them were fighting for first place without any hesitation. Kai Yu looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, boy, you have to be careful, elder brother is old and can't take this kind of trouble. Gui Zhu was unhappy, nonsense, this king is still young, sect master, you can rest assured. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He said, don't be too nervous, it's just a heart-urging insect, I'm still confident. If you want to test it, I have more than 20 test subjects to suppress, so it won't be your turn. The mountains and rivers bell was still on the battlefield, suppressing the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't take back the mountains and rivers Bell, but he had other plans for the 20 or so people and didn't want to release them immediately. Hearing Yang Kai say so, everyone relaxed. Elder, open your mind. Yang Kai looked at Gui Zhu in front of him and whispered. Gui Zhu nodded, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Yang Kai flipped his hand and the insect enslavement bracelet appeared in his palm. He poured his Emperor Qi into the insect enslavement bracelet, and in an instant, a strange power was born from the bracelet, the insect enslavement Qi of the insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped the insect enslavement Qi around his fingertip, guiding it to Gui Zhu's body. Pushing his divine sense and Emperor Qi at the same time, Yang Kai carefully controlled the insect enslavement Qi to move around Gui Zhu's body. Gui Zhu grunted slightly but didn't suffer any serious damage. The gap in strength between Yang Kai and him was huge, so Yang Kai was able to control the insect enslavement Qi very well. If Gui Zhu's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's, it would not have been so easy. After a while, the insect enslavement Qi was guided to Gui Zhu's chest by Yang Kai, accurately finding the location of the heart-urging insect. Seemingly aware of this, the Jiu insect suddenly became restless and tried to escape, but Yang Kai moved his fingers and tapped Gui Zhu's chest a few times. The insect enslavement Qi immediately spread out and completely wrapped around the Jiu insect. The insect enslavement Qi had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects, so once it was wrapped in this insect enslavement Qi, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Yang Kai's fingers slowly moved upwards, guiding the insect enslavement Qi to Gui Zhu's throat and gently clenched his fingers. Gui Zhu's face changed and in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Yang Kai was prepared for this and with a wave of his hand, the blood arrow flew to the side and towards Zhu Qing, shouting in a low voice, Lady Qing, thank you for your trouble. Although Zhu Qing was not notified in advance, her reaction was extremely fast. Opening her mouth, she spat out a scorching flame, directly incinerating the blood arrow. Even the Jiu insect hidden in the blood arrow was reduced to ashes. She could not help but roll her eyes, knowing that Yang Kai had been pulled in because he had seen the drop of true dragon blood a few days ago and noticed his fire attribute. With the Jiu insect removed, Gui Zhu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed as he jumped off the bed with a look of joy. Fifth sister, you do it. Rou looked at Kai Yu and gestured. Since they were sure that Yang Kai could remove the Jiu insect and there was no danger, there was no need to compete and they became modest. However, Kai Yu unexpectedly said with a slightly red face, you guys go first, Master Hua and I will be the last. Rou was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood and didn't say anything. He simply pushed Jiu Kangyun over to him. With his first experience, Yang Kai was even more familiar with the process. After a while, the Jiu insect in Jiu Kangyun and Ryou's bodies were removed. We'll go out first and wait for you, Rou said before walking out with the others. Everyone was very tactful and left one after another. Even Zhu Qing obediently left under Fei Ying's signal. Only Hua Qing Sai and Kai Yu were left behind. I'll go first, Hua Qing Sai pursed her lips and smiled, taking the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Close your eyes, Yang Kai said. Hua Qing Sai shot him a displeased look, as if she was letting him off lightly, before slowly closing her eyes. The process of Yang Kai expelling the Jiu insect was witnessed by everyone. Using a finger to poke at someone's body, especially at a sensitive place like the chest, was not a big deal to the men, but as a woman, Hua Qing Sai felt a little uncomfortable, so it was not convenient for her to be watched. There was no other way around it. The heart-urge Jiu was a Jiu insect that targeted the heart, so it was naturally hidden near the chest. Yang Kai had no way to avoid this. Using the same method, Hua Qing Sai soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blood in the air. His Emperor Qi surged, and it took him a lot of effort to kill the Jiu insect, much more effort than Zhu Qing. Hua Qing Sai slowly got up and stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression before pushing open the door and leaving. Kai Yu could not help but sigh and could only sit in front of Yang Kai and say uncomfortably, "Boy, don't have any bad thoughts." Yang Kai's face darkened. How could I? Senior, don't think too much. Although I can use force from a distance, it's not safe. Caillou said, I know. Let's begin. Saying so, she closed her beautiful eyes and looked like she had accepted her fate. However, from the expression on her face, she was still a little nervous. Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while. After all, the person in front of him was his master, so he did not know where to start. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concentrate on his task. When his finger brushed across Caillou's body, Yang Kai could clearly feel her body trembling. Her cheeks also turned red, as if she was burning. When his finger brushed across her chest, her cheeks became even more delicate and tender. Her body tensed up, and the strength in her body involuntarily resisted. If Yang Kai's strength was not far above hers and could easily suppress her strength, this would have caused a lot of trouble, and she might have even suffered a backlash. After a lot of effort, Caillou finally forced the Gu worm out of her body. Caillou got up, turned around, and walked out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and sternly said, Don't tell Qing Luo about this. En. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. But then he quickly reacted. He had just helped her get rid of a Gu worm, he had not done anything that violated the laws of the world, so why did he feel so guilty? Staying in place for a long time, Yang Kai shook his head and stood up. Now that he had dealt with most of the matters, it was time to take a look at the dozens of people from the Emperor realm. He could not keep them suppressed in the mountains and rivers Bell forever. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at the battlefield a few days ago. There wasn't a single person here, and the surroundings were in ruins. Only a simple and unadorned large bell remained in place. Yang Kai waved his hand and with a thought, the mountains and rivers Bell immediately flew towards him, quickly shrinking in mid-air and landing on his palm. In the place originally suppressed by the mountains and rivers Bell, 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm were pacing back and forth anxiously, a few of them even looking dispirited. At a glance, it was obvious that they had been seriously injured and were meditating to heal themselves. In any case, none of them were calm. Yang Kai glanced at the severely injured people from the Emperor realm and asked curiously, What happened to you all? He remembered that when he suppressed these people in the mountains and rivers Bell, they were clearly fine, so why were they injured after not seeing them for a few days? Could it be that they had fought inside? Chapter 27:10. Young Master Yang, Lord Yang. Seeing the light again, many people from the Emperor realm were both surprised and overjoyed. When they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, they all cupped their fists and saluted him. Although Yang Kai was much younger than them and his cultivation was not much higher, no one dared to be disrespectful to him because of his performance a few days ago. The beautiful woman in palace robes who knew Xia Sheng flew lightly in front of Yang Kai and bowed, This mistress, who are you Lu, greets young Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded and asked, How did they get injured? Hu Yulu pursed her lips into a charming smile and whispered, Those friends were probably impatient and wanted to come out, but they weren't strong enough, so, Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. He had suppressed these people for many days, so anyone would feel uneasy. They didn't know how Yang Kai would deal with them in the end, so they naturally had to find a way to get out. However, the mountains and rivers Bell was an ancient exotic treasure after all, so how could they possibly break it? They had probably suffered a backlash from the mountains and rivers Bell's power. Hua Yulu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, but there were traces of a great battle everywhere. She then looked at Yang Kai and found that his aura was calm and steady, without the slightest injury. She was slightly surprised and whispered, Young Master Yang, where did Elder Tan go? Everyone also looked over curiously, wanting to know the answer. When they were suppressed by the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai and Tan Juanhao had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were definitely going to fight. After the mountains and rivers Bell suppressed them, they didn't know what had happened outside, so seeing Yang Kai safe and sound at this moment, they couldn't help but have an unbelievable thought in their hearts, Elder Tan couldn't have been beaten away, right? Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace and had a powerful third-layer Emperor realm cultivation. Even if Yang Kai was strong, he shouldn't be a match for him, Not to mention that Tan Juanhao had arranged a spirit array here before and had the help of that spirit array. Old Dog Tan is a perverse and cruel person who uses Star Soul Palace's name to ruin Star Soul Palace's reputation. You're an elder of Star Soul Palace, but you're really a tumor of Star Soul Palace, a disgrace of the Southern Territory, so this young master has already punished you on the spot. Yang Kai laughed. He clapped his hands and said, "It's really worthy of celebration, worthy of celebration." Everyone was shocked, their eyes bulging as they stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, none of them able to respond. Yang Kai's face darkened. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing that he was showing signs of anger, everyone was shocked and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. However, it wasn't that they didn't dare to believe it, but that it was too inconceivable. If the one standing in front of them was Tan Juanhao, saying that he had already killed Yang Kai, that would be a reasonable conclusion. But Yang Kai was standing here alive, and Tan Juanhao was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, what was there to celebrate about this? No matter what, he was still an elder of Star Soul Palace, and there were only a few elders like Tan Juanhao in the entire Star Soul Palace. Now that he had died here, it was simply like piercing through the heavens. Once Star Soul Palace investigated, no one present would be able to get away with it. Although they were from the Emperor realm, facing a giant like Star Soul Palace, they were still afraid. Hua Yulu forced a smile, no longer showing the slightest bit of charm, and asked cautiously, "Young Master Yang, that Elder Tan was really killed by you?" "If he was killed, then he was killed. There's no need to lie to you." "Not only him, even Wu Ming is dead," Yang Kai replied casually without hesitation. Only then did everyone believe him. After all, there was no need to lie about this. Killing a Star Soul Palace elder was not a good thing. If he didn't do it right, he might get into trouble. Yang Kai didn't look stupid, so why would he take the initiative to provoke trouble? For a moment, their respect for him increased by 3 points. Even an elder of Star Soul Palace could be killed, so how strong was this young man? In this world, could it be that only the great emperors could suppress him? "Young Master Yang, you killed Elder Tan, so this matter is troublesome." Hua Yulu frowned, showing a worried look. No matter what Tan Juanhao had done before, his identity was there, and he died at the hands of Yang Kai, so Star Soul Palace would investigate no matter what. "Lord Yang, this matter has nothing to do with us, we don't know what happened after." That's right. "Senior Yang, we don't have any intention of going against Star Soul Palace. We just came to participate in the auction, we don't know anything else." The group of people from the Emperor realm, as if they had been implicated in a disaster, began to clamor. How could Yang Kai not know what they were worried about, and he sneered in his heart. If he hadn't killed Tan Juanhao, none of them would have been alive. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Juanhao had used the heart-urging insect to control so many people from the Emperor realm. Once this matter was exposed, Star Soul Palace would definitely not tolerate him, so he would definitely kill to silence him and then frame Yang Kai as the murderer. At that time, he might become a great hero who slayed demons and avenged the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory. It was funny that these people were now in a hurry to get rid of this matter, but they didn't realize that he had saved their lives. Yang Kai didn't need them to be grateful, he knew that the world was cold, so how could he have any expectations? "Young Master Yang, you should leave quickly, the further the better, you can't stay in the Southern Territory any longer," Hua Yulu suddenly said to Yang Kai. Hua Yulu suddenly whispered to Yang Kai, "You should go to the Northern Territory. I heard that there is a forbidden area called the Frozen Earth there. Even the Great Emperor doesn't dare to enter it easily. If there is a place in this world where you can stay, it is that place." Yang Kai glanced at Hua Yulu in surprise, he didn't expect her to be different from the others, at least caring about him. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and shouted, "All of you shut up, what are you making so much noise for?" The shouting people from the Emperor realm suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai quickly said, "Everyone, don't worry, this young master will take responsibility for his actions. I killed Tan Juanhao, so if the people from Star Soul Palace investigate in the future, you don't need to hide anything, just tell them the truth, I won't implicate you." As soon as this was said, everyone was overjoyed. Lord Yang is really noble, This old man admires you. Many thanks, Lord Yang. If that day really comes, we won't hide it. That old thing Tan Juanhao's death is not to be regretted. Lord Yang killed him to clean up the mess for Star Soul Palace. There is nothing wrong with that. Hearing that Kai Yang was willing to step forward to take the blame, everyone's hearts relaxed. Smiles spread across their faces, all of their previous worries vanishing. Stop flattering me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master saved your lives this time, so this young master doesn't need you to return the favor, but I do have one request. Please speak, Lord Yang. If master has any orders, we will obey. An old man cupped his fists and said. When Kai Yang said that he had saved everyone's lives, it wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone was well aware of this fact, but Kai Yang's words were so blunt that it made many of them feel embarrassed, as if they were being ungrateful. Tan Juanhao is dead. The Star Soul Palace will definitely investigate this matter. If they really find out that it was you, I hope that you can report everything that happened that day in detail, especially the heart-urging insect. Everyone nodded one after another, of course. Hua Yulu also said, Young Master Yang can rest assured, even if you didn't ask, we wouldn't have concealed anything. Tan Juanhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, actually harbored such malicious intentions. If it weren't for young Master Yang turning the tide, I'm afraid we would have already died. A life-saving grace is something we should be grateful for. If anyone dares to distort the facts and arbitrarily slander us, we will not let them off lightly. We won't let them off lightly, everyone shouted, as if they were united against a common enemy. Very good, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, cupping his fists and saying, then I will have to trouble everyone. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Having said this, everyone understood that if everyone really unified their statements and reported the facts, even if Star Soul Palace really investigated, they wouldn't do anything to Yang Kai and them. In the end, it was Tan Juanhao who had angered everyone. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, instead of protecting the reputation of Star Soul Palace, he had used crooked methods to enslave so many people from the Emperor realm. If one were to say anything, he was simply digging his own grave. Perhaps Star Soul Palace really would have to thank Yang Kai. Of course, this kind of matter definitely wouldn't be brought to light, and how it was dealt with in the end was a matter for Star Soul Palace. There was no need for them to worry about it. Since that's the case, then you may all disperse. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, cupped their fists, turned around, and prepared to leave. Although Yang Kai didn't mean to embarrass them, this young man was too cruel, killing people as if they were weeds, so they didn't feel safe staying with him. It was best to stay away from him, otherwise, there was no telling when a disaster would befall them. Big Sister Hua, please wait. Yang Kai suddenly called out to Hua Yulu. Hua Yulu was amused by the way he addressed her and smiled. Does young Master Yang have any other instructions? Yang Kai said, since you are friends with brother Xia Sheng, then you are also my friend. I will help you get rid of the heart-urging insect so you don't have to worry about it. When Hua Yulu heard this, her small mouth opened slightly, her jade hand covering her red lips, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She had just been thinking that although she had luckily escaped this time, there was still a heart-urging insect left in her body, so she should think of a way to get rid of it when she returned. However, she had never heard of heart-urging insects, so she didn't know how to get rid of them. But just as she was about to doze off, Yang Kai gave her a pillow. What a considerate person, swish swish swish. The people from the Emperor realm who were about to leave also stopped and turned around, their ears pricked up. Some people immediately flew back and landed in front of Yang Kai, smiling obsequiously. Lord Yang, you just said, you can get rid of the heart-urging insect? I don't understand what you are saying. Yang Kai looked at him seriously, his head shaking like a rattle drum. That person became anxious and said, Lord Yang, this. I heard it clearly. You just said that you would help Palace Mistress Hua get rid of the heart-urging insect. Yang Kai turned to look at Hua Yulu and asked curiously, did I say that? Hua Yulu didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, so she didn't know how to answer. She just pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word, tantalizing that person. Chapter 27:11. I'm sure you all heard it. The The man waved his hand and everyone from the Emperor realm nodded in agreement. All of them had sharp eyes and ears, so although Yang Kai's words were not loud, how could they not have heard them? Lord Yang, you can't be so biased. If you really have a way to get rid of it, please help us, the man pleaded. Anyone with a GU insect in their body would not be able to stay calm. Although Tan Jun Hao was already dead, who knew what kind of harm a GU insect could cause? If it suddenly flared up one day, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now that they heard that Yang Kai could get rid of it, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw when they were drowning, unwilling to let go no matter what. Ha! Yang Kai sighed heavily and said with a helpless expression, "All right, I did say that I have a way to get rid of this heart-urging insect." Really? Everyone was overjoyed and quickly turned around, landing in front of Yang Kai and staring at him eagerly. Just now, they were all eager to leave, but now, Yang Kai would not be able to drive them away even if he wanted to. This heart-urging insect is ranked high on the exotic insect book's Earth list and is extremely ferocious and hidden. Even the Emperor realm cannot easily get rid of it. If left alone for a long time, it will devour the heart meridian and blood essence. TSK, at that time, even an immortal would not be able to save you. No one knew if Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, but everyone's faces paled as they listened to him. During this time, everyone had tried to use their Emperor Qi to expel the heart-urging insect, but as soon as they touched it, the heart-urging insect would burrow into their heart meridians. Now, let alone expel it, they had to be careful even when circulating their Emperor Qi for fear of disturbing the heart-urging insect. Unfortunately, this young master happens to know a way to get rid of this thing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Please save us, young Master Yang." Everyone hurriedly bowed and begged. Yang Kai's face sank and he said coldly, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason." Everyone was stunned and speechless. After listening to Yang Kai's long speech, it showed that he had a deep understanding of the heart-urging insect. It seemed that he had the intention to help them. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had become a completely different person, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, it wasn't wrong. Yang Kai wasn't related to them at all. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person. Why should he save him? Yang Kai said, "Previously, you and Tan Jun Hao were enemies of this young master. If this young master didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. However, I have always been magnanimous and know that you had no choice. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. This young master doesn't need any of you to repay him for saving his life. He has already done everything he can to protect you with his Emperor artifact. Now, you want this young master to spend effort to help you get rid of the GU worms. Isn't that too much?" Everyone was rendered speechless, their faces filled with shame. Although Yang Kai's words were sharp, they were all true. They really couldn't refute him. These people had indeed been enemies with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai had indeed saved their lives. Now, they wanted him to get rid of the GU worms for them. Wasn't this asking for a yard after giving them an inch? For a moment, everyone looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, "Young Master Yang, everyone here is the sect masters and patriarchs of the various sects in the Southern Territory. If this heart-urging insect is not removed, once it acts up in the future, I'm afraid that everyone's lives will be in danger. At that time, many sects will be like dragons without a leader, and the Southern Territory will definitely be in chaos. Young Master Yang is compassionate, please help them." She could see that Yang Kai was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If he really didn't want to get rid of the GU worms for these people, then, there was no need for him to keep her here and say such words. He clearly wanted to tell everyone that he had this ability. He was just short of carving the words "come and beg me" quickly on his face. Right now, he was just not acting until he saw the hair. Although Hua Yulu was a woman, her mind was sharp. How could she not see this point? That was why she secretly added fuel to the fire and cooperated with him. Palace Master Hua is right. Lord Yang, please help us. Regardless of whether they saw through Yang Kai's intentions or not, it was not wrong for them to sincerely ask for help. They were more or less grateful to Hua Yulu. Now, in the Emperor Realm 20 to 30, only Hua Yulu had a little friendship with Yang Kai. She was willing to intercede for them, so they were naturally grateful. Yang Kai looked troubled, but he gave Hua Yulu 120 thumbs up in his heart. He thought that this woman was really smart. He didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Xia Sheng. He couldn't let Xia Sheng know that he was taking advantage of her later. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude was not as firm as before, everyone knew that there was hope for them to succeed. Naturally, they continued to ask for help. For a moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking. That's enough. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted their shouting, frowning as he said, I can indeed expel the insect, but it will cost me a lot. Moreover, with so many people needing to expel it, this young master will have to use his own blood essence. After this is done, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for 3 to 5 years. These words were too exaggerated. No one believed them, but no one dared to refute. Whatever he said went in one ear and out the other. Yang Kai squinted at everyone. I've worked so hard, you can't let me work for nothing, right? In the end, this sentence was the main point. Hua Yulu covered her mouth and snickered. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. One of them asked cautiously, Lord Yang, what do you want? What do you have? Yang Kai asked back. Hua Yulu immediately stepped forward, took out a space ring, and offered it with both hands. Young Master Yang, this is the 12 million high-rank source crystals this mistress prepared for this auction. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, this is the reward for helping this mistress get rid of the heart-urging insect. This. Yang Kai said awkwardly, Big Sister Hua misunderstood me. This young master doesn't want to repay this kindness. Everyone's faces turned black when they heard this. They all cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this the same as asking them what they had just done? Just now, he had asked them what they had, and now he dared to say that he didn't want to repay this kindness. How shameless. Hua Yulu smiled gently and said, This mistress naturally understands young Master Yang's benevolence and righteousness, but this mistress doesn't have anything else to repay this kindness. With Yang Kai's strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in these treasures. If young master doesn't even want these source crystals, then this mistress can only offer her body. Saying so, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks as she put on a bashful look, her pair of beautiful eyes almost dripping with tears. Yang Kai's face darkened as he took the ring from Hua Yulu's hand and said, Since Big Sister Hua insists, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, haha. Hua Yulu immediately glared at him with a resentful look on her face. Yang Kai sternly said, Dispelling the insect must not be disturbed. Big Sister Hua, come with me. Saying so, he urged his Yuan and flew towards a relatively intact room nearby, with Hua Yulu following closely behind. Lord Yang, what about us? Someone shouted behind them. Wait. After entering the room, Yang Kai took the lead and found a place to sit down cross-legged, pointed to the front, and said to Hua Yulu, Sit. Hua Yulu nodded lightly and sat down in front of Yang Kai with a flash of her delicate body. Yang Kai picked up the ring, placed it in front of Hua Yulu, and said with a smile, I must thank Big Sister Hua this time. Without her cooperation, things would not have progressed so smoothly. Although those from the Emperor realm were forced to do so, they had indeed become his enemy. Although Yang Kai would not kill them, he would not let them off so easily. He planned to extort a large sum of money from them. After all, they were all here to participate in the auction, so who didn't have at least 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals on them? Unexpectedly, Hua Yulu was so agreeable. Before, when he accepted her ring, it was just for show. Of course, Yang Kai would not really take her source crystals for himself. Glancing at the space ring but not taking it, Hua Yulu smiled lightly and said, Young Master Yang, since you don't want source crystals, do you really want this mistress to devote herself to you? This mistress is fine with it, but I am afraid that young Master Yang will dislike this mistress for being a withered woman. As she spoke, she began to feel sad. Yang Kai couldn't bear it, thinking that this woman was really a natural at acting. If he allowed her to continue, he was afraid he would have to abandon her. Quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, Big Sister Hua misunderstands. You have helped me time and time again, How could I have any ill intentions towards you? My heart is only filled with gratitude. Hua Yulu wept and said, young Master Yang really dislikes this mistress. Forget it, young master is such a romantic and elegant character, there must be many beautiful women around him, how could this mistress? Don't make trouble, Yang Kai sighed heavily, a helpless look on his face. Hua Yulu giggled and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. She felt greatly amused. A few days ago, when Yang Kai showed off his strength, he was like a fierce beast that chose its prey. His imposing manner was so oppressive that no one dared to look directly at him. Today, she discovered that after taking off his ferocious appearance, this young man was actually quite interesting. Putting away the space ring, Hua Yulu said, many thanks, young Master Yang. 12 million high-rank source crystals was a great fortune even for her sect. If Yang Kai really took it away, the cultivation of her sect's disciples would definitely become a problem. What this mistress should do, please instruct young Master Yang, no longer teasing, Hua Yulu's expression became serious. Just empty your mind and body, Yang Kai said, there may be some abrupt things later, I hope big sister Hua won't take offense. Hua Yulu glanced at him curiously, but didn't ask anything, closing her eyes docilely and emptying her mind and body just as Yang Kai had instructed. Kai Yang immediately let go of his hands. Not long after, Hua Yulu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After opening her eyes again, Hua Yulu's eyes were as clear as spring water and her cheeks were flushed red. Even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. She did not expect that Yang Kai's so-called abrupt actions were actually touching her sensitive breasts. The strength and heat from his fingertips made her feel embarrassed. If it weren't for her previous probing, Hua Yulu would have thought that Yang Kai was a lecherous lecher. However, Yang Kai did not show any interest in her previous probing, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of her in such a way. Chapter 27:12. That's it? Hua Yulu asked. Naturally. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yulu was stunned. Originally, when she heard Yang Kai say that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the GU insect, she thought that it would take a lot of effort, but it turned out that it was only a matter of a few dozen breaths, and Yang Kai didn't even use much strength. Young Master Yang's business is really profitable. Hua Yulu was full of admiration. Thinking about the 20 to 30 cities in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would earn 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals this time alone. This was simply daylight robbery. It's just a small business, earning some money for my hard work. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand. Big sister Hua, please call the next person in. Make them follow the order. If anyone dares to rob, don't blame this young master for not giving face. Got it. Hua Yulu got up, thanked him, and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, she turned back and said, young Master Yang, if you have time in the future, please be sure to visit my 100-flower palace. This big sister will definitely welcome you. 100-flower palace. It was the first time Yang Kai had heard of it, but there were many sects in the Southern Territory, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of it. However, he had seen many 100-flower towers. It seemed that many cities in the Southern Territory had a 100-flower tower, and in those towers, TSK, after sending Hua Yulu away, Yang Kai sat in place and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and hammered his chest. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish, as if he had just gone through a great battle. A person pushed the door and came in with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai's appearance and was shocked. Lord Yang. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai said weakly, it's nothing. Sit down, I'll help you get rid of the GU insect. The person was overjoyed, but still worried. Do you want to rest for a while? This one can wait. Yang Kai was fine before, but now he was spitting out blood and looking listless, obviously because he had consumed too much energy to get rid of the GU insect. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, with the GU worm in your body, you won't feel at ease, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. When this person heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude and obediently handed over a space ring containing tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai put it away and immediately did the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai's figure flickered. When he appeared in the previous room, he looked refreshed and his face was rosy. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. Everyone was waiting. Seeing him appear, they all gathered around him. Yang Kai swept a glance over, then looked at Yi Hen and said, "Sect Master Yi. What do you plan to do now?" Yi Hen sighed. He replied, "Let's return to Thousand Leaves Sect first before making a decision." "All right." Yang Kai nodded. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, it was still the home of Yi Hen and the others. After being imprisoned for more than a year, now that they had regained their freedom, they naturally had to go back and take a look. What's more, there were still a few hundred surviving disciples in Emperor Heaven Valley that needed to be settled down. "Monster King and I will send you off. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Yi. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Yang and Monster King." Yi Hen had a grateful expression, thinking that Yang Kai was specially sending them off. With these two escorting them, they would not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way. Everyone immediately set off. After leaving Flowing Shadow City, they flew south. "Yang Kai, I have something to say to you." Halfway there, Zhu Qing suddenly sent him a sound transmission. This dragon girl had been following him all this time, but Yang Kai did not know what her intentions were. In any case, she did not have much malice towards him, so it was fine for her to follow him. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Zhu Qing froze in place. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand to signal Ying Fei to take the others and leave first, while he himself stayed behind. After everyone's figures disappeared, Yang Kai asked, "Why are you being so mysterious?" Zhu Qing said, "You killed an elder of Star Soul Palace, aren't you worried at all?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Are you worried about me?" Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, "I am not related to you in any way, so what does your life have to do with me? Then why don't you ask me this?" Yang Kai stared at her with interest. Zhu Qing's expression was a little uncomfortable, and she looked away and said, "No matter what that elder of Star Soul Palace did wrong, his status is still there. Now that you have killed him, I'm afraid that Star Soul Palace will not let this matter rest. Furthermore, this matter involves a lot of people, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Star Soul Palace will definitely trace it back to you." "I don't want to hide it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The main reason why he didn't kill the 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm was because he wanted them to give a statement so that the masters of Star Soul Palace could investigate. Otherwise, if those people were really dead, then anything he said would be just a one-sided story, and it wouldn't be enough to convince them. But now, it was different. The 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm had all said the same thing, so even if Star Soul Palace really did investigate, they couldn't blame Yang Kai. Of course, if they wanted to protect him, then there was nothing he could do. "Aren't you worried at all?" As if she didn't believe Yang Kai, Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him, trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai laughed and said, "People of my generation are quick to take revenge. If I have to worry about this and that, what's the point of living?" Zhu Qing looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a while, she said, "I suggest you find a place to hide for a while." Yang Kai sneered, "Someone said that before." Hua Yulu had advised him to hide in the Northern Territory's forbidden frozen earthland, but now Zhu Qing was saying the same thing. Star Soul Palace is the sect of the great emperors after all. If they really want to find trouble with me, although the star boundary is big, I'm afraid there will be no place for me to hide. "I won't hide." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. "How could there be no place for you to hide?" Zhu Qing smiled slyly. "I know there is a place in this world where you can hide. Even if the great emperors come in person, they won't be able to find trouble with you. You're not talking about Dragon Island, are you?" Yang Kai squinted at her. Zhu Qing nodded and said, "It is Dragon Island." "TSK TSK." Yang Kai smacked his lips twice, rubbed his chin, and suddenly walked around Zhu Qing. "What are you doing?" Zhu Qing felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized by his eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. "I'm just curious." Yang Kai stood in front of her and grinned. "You've been trying to get me to go to Dragon Island time and time again. What are you trying to do?" Last time, she said that she wanted him to go to Dragon Island. At that time, she didn't make it too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't care. This time, she mentioned it again, but Yang Kai saw some clues. This chick couldn't be thinking that she couldn't beat him, so she wanted to trick him to go to Dragon Island and then call a group of brothers and sisters to beat him up, right? Sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. What could I be trying to do? Zhu Qing's eyes flickered a few times, avoiding Yang Kai's gaze. Her appearance made Yang Kai feel that there was something fishy going on. You can't say for sure. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, maybe you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back by force to do whatever you want to me. You're bullshitting. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Kai laughed loudly, then turned around and chased after Ying Fei and the others. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious, but she was annoyed in her heart. Why didn't the elder's method work at all? Originally, she thought that once she said that, Yang Kai would immediately follow her to Dragon Island to lie low for a while, but who knew that this guy didn't care about killing the Star Soul Palace elder at all? Her mission seemed to be a long way to go. Just when would she be able to complete it? Thousand Leaves Sect. It was a ruin with broken walls everywhere. Yi Hen and the others flew over from above, all of them looking sad and sorrowful. After a short while, everyone arrived at Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai opened the spatial formation of Emperor Heaven Valley and let everyone enter. Yi Hen's tears ran down his cheeks when he saw the few hundred disciples who survived. He felt that he had let down the hopes of his ancestors and blamed himself. Only this Emperor Heaven Valley was left intact. Even with the 9 great celestial puppets in his hands, Yi Hen didn't know how to rebuild the sect. Yang Kai wandered around the Emperor Heaven Valley, and Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow. He couldn't get rid of her, and she would urge him to go to Dragon Island from time to time, which annoyed Yang Kai to no end. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Yang Kai would have knocked her out with a punch and done that. What are you looking for when you wander around? Zhu Qing followed Yang Kai around for half a day and ran around the entire Emperor Heaven Valley a few times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. Women should shut up when men do things. Yang Kai ignored her and finally looked at the valley and nodded slightly. Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She has quite a temper. Yang Kai glanced at her back and sneered. He scanned with his divine sense and found Yi Hen's location. Yang Kai immediately appeared next to Yi Hen with the help of the spatial laws. Lord Yang. Yi Hen hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down and talk. He then said, Sect Master Yi, have you thought about what you should do in the future? Yi Hen sighed and said, there are so many things to do, and I don't know where to start. However, after going through this Yi has understood one thing. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai stared at him. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Yi Hen said sadly, although my Thousand Leaves sect has 9 heavenly puppets, we don't have any masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so we can't display the full power of the heavenly puppets. Even if Yi wants to help Thousand Leaves sect rise again, with our current manpower and situation, I'm afraid that it will only invite disaster. Yang Kai nodded and said, then Sect Master Yi plans to increase his strength first. Yi Hen said, that is indeed my plan. Fortunately, the world energy in this Emperor Heaven Valley is rich. In 3 to 5 years, Yi should be able to break through to the Emperor realm. When that time comes, I'll be able to protect myself. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Yi's considerations are thorough. After a pause, Yang Kai said, however, I have another suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master Yi is willing to listen. Chapter 27:13. Lord Yang has saved this Yi's life, and our Thousand Leaves sect owes him even more. Feel free to speak your mind, this Yi is all ears, Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled, the Emperor Heaven Valley is indeed a good place. There is no need to worry about safety here, and the world energy here is quite good as well, very suitable for cultivation. However, although the Emperor Heaven Valley is good, it is still too small and inconvenient to enter and exit. Sect Master Yi is determined to reach the Emperor realm, so it's fine for you to stay here for 3 to 5 years, but what about those disciples? Those 500 disciples had varying strengths, so if they were really trapped here for 3 to 5 years, they might become restless and even develop heart demons. Yi Hen sighed. How could this Yi not know this? But where can we go now? Yang Kai said, what if I can provide Sect Master Yi with a better place? A better place? Yi Hen was stunned. Yang Kai spread his arms and said, that place is thousands of times larger than this place, and the world energy there is also much denser. Not to mention 500 people, even if 50,000 people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Many of the spirit peaks are empty, and no one cares about them. If Sect Master Yi goes there, he might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Yi Hen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Following Yang Kai's description, it seemed like a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers was slowly unfolding before his eyes. However, he soon smiled bitterly and said, if there really was such a precious place, it would have been occupied by those great sects long ago, so how could our Thousand Leaves sect have a chance? Yang Kai smiled. Sect Master Yi is right. This precious place was indeed occupied by a great sect, but it has now been destroyed. Oh! Yi Hen was stunned. May I ask Lord Yang where this place is? Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. Yi Hen frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed and he exclaimed, you mean Seeking Passion Sect? From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Seeking Passion Sect. After all, Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. There was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master in the sect. In terms of status, it was on par with the Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and many other large sects in the Southern Territory. It was not something that the Thousand Leaves sect could compare to. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed. Who did it? Yi Hen was horrified. It was simply unimaginable that such a colossal force would actually be annihilated. Comparatively speaking, Thousand Leaves sect had also suffered a calamity of annihilation. More or less, they still had 500 disciples and the Emperor Heaven Valley. However, from Yang Kai's tone, it seemed that the Seeking Passion sect had been completely annihilated. Otherwise, why would he not care about the sect's foundation? As soon as she spoke, Yi Hen seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, could it be that Lord Yang, although the Seeking Passion sect had a third-layer Emperor Realm Master guarding it, Yang Kai was someone who could even kill an elder of Star Soul Palace, and he even had the Monster King by his side. Destroying the Seeking Passion sect didn't seem impossible. This thought gave him a fright. He didn't expect that such a gentle and genial young man would be so ferocious. He had actually destroyed a sect at the slightest provocation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't deny it. I built a high heaven palace on the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. That place is now mine. If Sect Master Yi is interested, you can settle down there for the time being. You don't have to worry about your safety. I've also invited a spirit array master to rearrange the sect's grand protective array, making it impregnable. Yi Hen's emotions fluctuated as he listened. How old was Yang Kai? He had actually occupied the former site of a top sect in the Northern Territory and established a sect. Yi Hen, on the other hand, couldn't even protect the foundation that had been passed down from his ancestors. Comparing the two, he simply didn't have the face to continue living. Yang Kai said, although I built the High Heaven Palace, there are few people in the sect. In any case, there is nothing else to do. If Sect Master Yi thinks it's okay, you can take the disciples there and settle down. Yi Hen curiously asked, dare I ask Lord Yang, how many people does your noble sect have now? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He raised 3 fingers. 3,000. It really isn't that many. Yi Hen suddenly understood. For Seeking Passion sect's huge foundation, 3,000 people really wasn't a big deal. There were definitely many spirit peaks that were empty. Even Thousand Leaves sect used to have 3,000 disciples. There are no 3,000, no 3,000. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. 300. Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking about it, even if Yang Kai had really founded the High Heaven Palace, It was impossible for him to recruit so many disciples in such a short time. A new sect had to adhere to the principle of better quality than substandard. It was impossible for them to accept just anyone. Even if there were only 300 people, these 300 people were probably elites among elites. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said with difficulty, "There aren't 300 either." "Ah." Yi Hen was startled and hesitated. "Could it be? There are only 3 for now," Yang Kai laughed. Yi Hen couldn't believe his ears. Such a huge foundation only had 3 disciples. How lucky would these 3 disciples be? They could freely absorb the rich world energy in the spirit mountains and rivers, and naturally enter and exit the many cultivation secret lands at will. Wouldn't their cultivation soar? Although there are only 3, they are actually just guest elders. There aren't any disciples for now. 3 guest elders. What are their cultivations? Yi Hen was shocked. Yang Kai glanced to the side and pointed, "The Flying Eagle Monster King is one, and the other 2 are also like him, but I had them stay behind to look after the sect this time, so they didn't follow us." Sigh. Yi Hen sucked in a breath of cold air and hesitated. Could those 2 also be Monster Kings? Yang Kai nodded. Yi Hen felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer and was stunned. He originally thought that Yang Kai was lucky to have a Monster King by his side, but he didn't expect him to have 3 Monster Kings by his side. A sect that had just been established and hadn't even recruited a single disciple, but it actually had 3 Monster Kings as guest elders. What kind of foundation was this? Many top sects couldn't even compare to it. It could be imagined that in the future, this High Heaven Palace would definitely become the #1 sect in the entire star boundary, second only to the sect of the Great Emperors. No wonder Yang Kai said that there was no need to worry about safety. There was already a sect-protecting formation, and now there were 2 Monster Kings guarding it. Who would dare to go there and cause trouble? It had to be said that Yi Hen was indeed moved. Compared to Emperor Heaven Valley, the current High Heaven Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for them. Emperor Heaven Valley couldn't compare to the excellent cultivation environment. Although Emperor Heaven Valley was good, it wasn't big. 500 disciples cultivating here would definitely be inefficient, and he still had to break through to the Emperor realm. However, as a sect master, Yi Hen had many things to consider, so even though he was moved, he didn't immediately agree. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Hen sighed and said, "Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, but it has been suppressed to this extent in this Yi's hands. This Yi doesn't want to become a sinner, but I can't let Thousand Leaves sect's legacy end in my hands." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I understand what sect Master Yi is worried about. I'm not asking you to go to the High Heaven Palace to recruit you. Don't worry, Thousand Leaves sect is still Thousand Leaves sect. Sect Master Yi only needs to focus on recuperating after you go to the High Heaven Palace. When you feel that you can come back and rebuild Thousand Leaves sect, I won't stop you." Yi Hen's hesitation was probably because he was worried that Yang Kai wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect. Although Yang Kai had shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect, if they were really annexed, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be destroyed, and there would no longer be a sect in the future. As the sect master, it was his duty to revitalize Thousand Leaves sect, so how could Yi Hen be willing to see such an ending? Yi Hen was startled when he heard this and said shamefully, "This Yi has gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness." Thinking about it, if Yang Kai really wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect, he could have done so directly through force. He had no choice but to agree, so there was no need to say so much. Sect Master Yi has his own considerations, I understand. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since Lord Yang is so kind, this Yi will accept Thousand Leaves sect's offer. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. Yi Hen bowed and said, "But, the Northern Territory is far away, how should we proceed? I have my own plans." After the matter was settled, Yang Kai immediately set up a space array in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons for bringing these people from Thousand Leaves sect to High Heaven Palace. Firstly, the High Heaven Palace was currently empty, so they would be able to add some liveliness there. Secondly, Yang Kai was quite interested in Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, You have to be soft-hearted. With so many people from Thousand Leaves sect going to High Heaven Palace, it would imperceptibly affect the High Heaven Palace, which was equivalent to Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. In the future, when the people from Shadowed Star came over, they would have an additional defensive technique. The strength of the people from Shadowed Star was not high, so puppet techniques were just right for them. Thirdly, Yang Kai wanted to use Emperor Heaven Valley as a transfer point for his space array. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world, so after the space array outside was destroyed, no one other than Yang Kai could open it. Setting up a territory crossing space array in Emperor Heaven Valley was absolutely safe, and there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. Yang Kai still had some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, which were just enough to set up a territory crossing space array. After some work, a brand new array was set up in the valley in less than half a day. Zhu Qing, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Only now did she know that Yang Kai had such attainments in the Tao of space. Yi Hen also took advantage of this time to inform the 500 disciples of his decision. Naturally, no one objected. On the contrary, when they heard that they would be going to the Northern Territory, many of them became excited. For these people, it was likely that they would never be able to go to the Northern Territory with their own abilities. Now that they heard that they would be going to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away, they were naturally very curious, wondering what the Northern Territory would be like. After everything was ready, Yang Kai ordered Ying Fei to take the lead and act as the vanguard. He then arranged for the 500 disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to take turns stepping onto the space array. Every time the space array was activated, a large number of source crystals would be consumed. At most, it could only transport 20 to 30 people at a time. Just the transport alone cost Yang Kai nearly 100,000 high-rank source crystals, which made Yi Hen's heart ache. Chapter 27:14. Sorry, my stomach hasn't been feeling well recently. I didn't eat or drink anything in the morning and went to the hospital. Then, chronic gastritis, gastric erosion, chronic cholecystitis with multiple polyps. I really didn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I was shocked and brought back a lot of medicine. Let me rest for a while and calm down my nerves. More than 500 people were teleported over quickly. Yang Kai was the last to jump onto the space magic array. As soon as he stood firmly, a fragrance wafted over. Zhu Qing landed lightly beside him. Yang Kai had a headache and said, "How long are you going to stay with me? Why don't we go our separate ways and go back to our own homes?" Zhu Qing looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want to go to Dragon Island?" Get lost. Yang Kai was irritated when he heard the words Dragon Island. Is this how you talk to your friends? Zhu Qing said angrily. If you mention that word again, we can't even be friends anymore. Yang Kai snorted and said sinisterly, you better be careful. When we teleport, I'll banish you into a crack in the void. You won't be able to find your way out for the rest of your life. Zhu Qing's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it tightly. She didn't even notice that her full breasts were pressed against his arm. You're so close to me. I can't control myself. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said seriously, I don't know why, but as long as I'm close to you, I'm always ready to make a move. Then don't mess around. Zhu Qing said uncomfortably. She moved slightly away from Yang Kai. I know. Yang Kai replied grumpily. He activated the space magic array. With a flash of light, he immediately disappeared. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang. As soon as his vision recovered, he heard two familiar calls. He looked up and saw that it was Xie Wuwei, the Monster King. After a few months, they met Yang Kai again. The two Monster Kings looked excited. They looked at each other and there was a hint of competition in their eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's just taking care of the house. It's nothing much, as long as young Master Yang says so. You can look at it for as long as you want. Shi Lei chuckled. Xie Wuwei immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, since you like to look after the house, I'll leave this important task to you. Next time when young Master Yang goes out, I'll follow him. Shi Lei's expression changed, and he said angrily, bullshit. Why is it my turn this time? Xie Wuwei curled his lips and said, you were the one who lost last time. Are you trying to deny it? Shi Lei laughed out loud and said, how can you take a drunk's words seriously? As the Monster King, how can you go back on your word? Xie Wuwei snorted coldly. Come fight me if you're not convinced. Shi Lei puffed out his chest, revealing his firm muscles. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked down from the space array. He walked around the quarreling duo and arrived in front of Yi Hen. He smiled and asked, Master Yi, how is this place? At this moment, Yi Hen had a shocked expression on his face as he took a deep breath. Feeling the rich world energy in the air, he could hardly believe that he had come to such a precious place. What made him even more dizzy was the fact that he had crossed territory through a space array. A moment ago, he was still in the southern territory, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the northern territory. Good, very good. There is no place better than this, Yi Hen praised sincerely. As expected of the foundation of a top sect. If an ordinary place had such rich world energy, what would the forbidden cultivation grounds and spirit peaks be like? Compared to the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect. They were simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of those great sects grew so quickly. With such a good cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. The faces of the 500,000 Leaves sect disciples were also filled with joy, if not for them having some misgivings about losing face. If they didn't care about their reputation, they would have run around and cheered. However, the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Seeing this scene, Yi Hen sighed slightly in his heart. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If he really cultivated in this place and wanted to rebuild Thousand Leaves sect one day, who knew how many people would be willing to follow him? However, his expression soon turned serious and he threw away this thought. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to consider now was to increase his cultivation and break through to the Emperor realm. Only when his strength reached the level of the Emperor realm would he have the possibility of rebuilding Thousand Leaves sect. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. There are many spirit peaks. Sect Master Yi can choose where to live. As for your noble sect's disciples, you can also make arrangements for them. Except for some forbidden cultivation grounds that are covered by spirit arrays, you are free to go anywhere else, Yang Kai instructed. Many thanks, Lord Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and walked over to Kai Yu and the others. Looking at them with a smile, he opened his arms and shouted, everyone, from now on, this will be your home in the star boundary. Kai Yu and the others were different from Thousand Leaves sect. They all came from the same star territory and had a close relationship with each other. Yang Kai had established High Heaven Palace for the people of his homeland, and Kai Yu and the others were naturally among them. Sect Master is quite capable. Gui Zhu chuckled. Jiyu Kangyun said, now, you should address him as Palace Master. Gui Zhu immediately nodded. High Heaven Sect and High Heaven Palace might only have a single word difference, but they were completely different existences. The latter's scale was undoubtedly incomparable to the former's. Kai Yu turned her head and looked around, sighing, if Qing Luo could also come here to cultivate. Yang Kai said solemnly, I'm also asking about how to go back, but I don't have any leads for now. If I can return to Star Territory one day, I will definitely bring them all here. Rou patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and quickly said, it's really not easy for you. He had roamed the star boundary alone for only a few years, yet he had actually built up such a large family business. Although he had only seen his glory, Rou knew that there must have been many hardships and inhumane sorrows behind it. What was even rarer was that even though Yang Kai's strength and status had changed, he had not forgotten his roots. Rou was extremely satisfied with this son-in-law of his. Everyone, don't just stand there. Find a place to stay, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Come, let's go see how big this home is with this old master. Gui Zhu called out, immediately turning into a cloud of ghost chi and flying forward. The others also excitedly followed. Although they had been living in Thousand Leaves sect before and Yi Hen had treated them very well, they were still living under someone else's roof. However, things were different now. This high heaven palace could be considered a place that belonged to them, and it gave them a great sense of belonging. Yi Hen cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yang, this you will also take these kids to have a look." "As you wish, Sect Master Yi," Yang Kai smiled lightly. The hundreds of people quickly left, all of them looking as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Seeking Passion Sect was extremely large, so they had to choose a place to stay. It would take at least a few days. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and asked, "Sister Hua, aren't you going?" Hua Ching Sai smiled and said, "No need, we'll just find a place to stay later." She was from Star Soul Palace. She was not surprised by this kind of cultivation environment, so she naturally would not be like Gui Zhu and Yi Hen. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "What are you worried about? Star Soul Palace? Or are you blaming me for killing Tan Jun Hao?" Hua Ching Sai glanced at him and shook her head, "Honored Master, that person brought about his own death, so I won't blame you. Even if Star Soul Palace investigates this matter, I'm afraid they won't blame you. It's just that." "But what? I'm a disciple of Star Soul Palace after all. Now that I've followed you to the Northern Territory, it can be said that I've betrayed the sect." Hua Ching Sai laughed at herself with a bitter expression. Yang Kai asked curiously, "You haven't done anything wrong to Star Soul Palace, so how can you say that you've betrayed them?" Hua Ching Sai stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead, smiling faintly as she said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. In any case, from today onwards, I am a member of your towering Firmament Palace. If Sun Star Divine Palace really comes knocking on our door, I'll help you beat them back. How dare they steal my people? Not even Star Soul Palace," Yang Kai said fiercely. Hua Ching Sai nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "Anyway, I've boarded your pirate ship. Okay, I'm going to find a place to stay." As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew off into the distance. Yang Kai stared at her back for a while before shaking his head slightly. Then, he looked at Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei and asked, "Has anything happened recently?" Shi Lei scratched his cheek and looked at Xie Wuwei. The latter cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, nothing major has happened. However, many cultivator come to the sect every day, wanting to join High Heaven Palace. We didn't pay any attention to them. Other than that, Miss Ji Yarrow came twice, but when she saw that you weren't here, she went back. She told me to ask you to go to Ice Heart Valley when you came back. It seems that something has happened." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll go and take a look." As he spoke, he flashed onto the space array. Zhu Qing stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at her. "You want to follow me? Are you a follower?" Zhu Qing said calmly, "Either you agree to go with me, or I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter face. "What kind of enmity do you have with me? Why do you have to torture me like this? I'm warning you, don't push your luck, or I won't be polite to you." Shi Lei heard this. His eyes immediately widened and he rubbed his palms. "Young Master Yang, go ahead. Leave this chick to me. I promise to beat her until her mother can't recognize her." Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed and gave Shi Lei a thumbs up. "Old ox, if you can deal with her, this young master will reward you handsomely. You will enjoy great glory and wealth." Shi Lei laughed. "What's so difficult about that?" While speaking, demonic chi directly slapped Zhu Qing with his big, fan-like palm. His fierce posture showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she glared at Shi Lei with her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the Supreme Dragon race. She tolerated Yang Kai because Yang Kai had the source of the ancestral dragon. Now, a monster king dared to talk nonsense in front of her. Yang Kai's grievances burst out in an instant. She punched out with her fist, lightly meeting Shi Lei's slap head-on. Shi Lei frowned. Although he said that he would beat Zhu Qing until her mother couldn't recognize her, he could see that she and Yang Kai didn't seem to be enemies. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't really be ruthless. Otherwise, if he slapped this chick to death, who knew how young Master Yang would punish him? He was a monster king. He had copper skin and iron bones and infinite strength. Ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Masters didn't dare to fight him head-on. This chick was delicate and petite. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have much strength. Seeing that his opponent was going to fight him head-on, Lei didn't dare to use his full strength. He quickly held back a little and grinned, "Little girl, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you see this king's, bang, the fist and palm collided." Before he could finish speaking, Lei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew straight out. He hit a mountain peak several hundred feet away and made a big hole in it. Chapter 27:15. Zhu Qing remained motionless as she stood firmly on the space array with a calm expression on her face, as if what she had just sent flying was not a monster king, but a small monster beast. Turning her beautiful eyes, she stared at Xie Wuwei and asked, "Do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Cold sweat dripped down Xie Wuwei's forehead as he shook his head like a rattle. Ying Fei was all smiles as he bowed and said, "Have a safe journey, sirs." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhu Qing helplessly before activating the space array and leaving. After a while, Xie Wuwei poked Ying Fei with lingering fear and asked cautiously, "That girl, what is her background?" She fought Lei head-on and sent him flying with a single punch. Let alone a human, even a monster king wouldn't have such strength. Could she be another divine spirit? Ying Fei's mouth squirmed as he softly spat out 2 words. Xie Wuwei was dumbfounded. The cold air was biting cold and snow was everywhere. As soon as Yang Kai appeared from Iceheart Valley's space array, he saw someone leaning against the base of the space array with their buttocks sticking out in front of him. This person was studying something while muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the 2 people behind him. "Isn't this Southern Gate Army?" All of Iceheart Valley were women, but the person in front of him was a man, and his back was so familiar. How could Yang Kai not recognize him? Yang Kai frowned and listened for a while, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Don't be noisy." Southern Gate Army didn't look back and maintained his posture. He growled impatiently. But soon, as if remembering something, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was shocked. The other party's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red, as if he was possessed. On the other hand, Southern Gate Army looked happy. He immediately rushed over and whispered, "Grandmaster Yang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What for?" Southern Gate Army enthusiastically said, "I was waiting for you to discuss the Tao of Spirit Arrays with me. Let's go, let's find a place to talk." "What can we talk about?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Southern Gate Army's face, "Grandmaster Yang, you can't say that. Spirit arrays are profound and have a long history. As the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. If you and I exchange pointers, it will be good for both of us. But I don't want to." Southern Gate Army's face. Yang Kai looked at the space array on the ground and said indifferently, "You can't figure out anything about this space array, can you?" Southgate Darjuan's face reddened as he shook his head and said, "How is that possible? It won't take long for me to crack it and set up another one." "Okay, keep up the good work." Yang Kai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait. Southern Gate Army grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "Let go." Yang Kai turned and stared at him. Southern Gate Army's face was bitter. He lowered his head and said, "Grandmaster Yang, you have sharp eyes. This space array. I really can't figure it out. Please. Grandmaster Yang, enlighten me." "Let go first." Kai Yang stared at the clothes he was holding. Southern Gate Army let go. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he made a gesture of grabbing Yang Kai at any time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. He stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled clothes. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "You want to learn?" Southern Gate Army nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were shining with thirst for knowledge. "I can teach you." Yang Kai smiled. Southern Gate Army's expression immediately became solemn. He tidied his clothes and bowed to the ground. Please accept my bow, Master Yang. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked back. Southern Gate Army smiled bitterly. What do you want? I have a lot of source crystals. I have a lot of source crystals. Yang Kai said disdainfully. Then, I will use other arrays to exchange with you. I have some arrays from ancient times. They are powerful and unpredictable. Not interested. Southern Gate Army said with a sad face. Then what do you want? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. When the High Heaven Palace was first established, it just happened to lack a chief array master. Southern Gate Army's face changed when he heard this. He shook his head and said, No, I have always been a loner. If I really join a sect, I am afraid I will cause trouble for Grandmaster Yang and your sect. Then forget it. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai turned and left. Grandmaster Yang, let's talk nicely. Southern Gate Army wanted to grab Yang Kai's clothes again. Think about it yourself. Everything will happen naturally. I will not force you. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly ran away. Although both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, Southern Gate Army specialized in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Southern Gate Army stared at Yang Kai's receding figure and couldn't help but stomp his feet in annoyance. Inside Ice Heart Valley, there were many beautiful women and the fragrance of Wintersweet. Although Ice Heart Valley had suffered a great disaster last time, after being reborn from the ashes, it had become more united. Everywhere he passed, many female disciples were cultivating and exchanging pointers to improve their strength. After seeing Yang Kai, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, Lord Yang. They all seemed to recognize Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide last time and saved Ice Heart Valley from the abyss of suffering. Many disciples had seen Yang Kai's true face. Even if they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they had seen his image. At this moment, he really was young, handsome, and had a heroic figure. Naturally, they couldn't take their eyes off him. There were even bolder ones who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples were quite good, they were all women after all, so there was more yin than yang. Many of the female disciples had lived in Ice Heart Valley since childhood and had never left, so they had never even seen a man before. In the future, when High Heaven Palace grew stronger, they might be able to form a marriage alliance with Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had many beautiful women, but no man loved them. It was quite pitiful. This was a good idea. Presumably, Senior Bing Yun wouldn't refuse. After all, Ice Heart Valley didn't forbid marriage. However, those who married would no longer be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Walking to the corridor of the central hall, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. A woman with a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him and gently nodded to him. When did you come back? Just now. I heard you were looking for me. Yang Kai looked at Ji Yarrow and asked. Honored Master is looking for you. Ji Yarrow said, glancing at the girl behind Yang Kai and asking doubtfully. This is, seeing Zhu Qing's petite figure, full figure, and stunning face, she couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Yang Kai had only gone out for a few months, but he had actually brought back a stunning woman. Moreover, it seemed that the two were very close. Otherwise, why would he bring her to Ice Heart Valley? She inexplicably felt annoyed. Don't worry about her. Yang Kai was too lazy to introduce Zhu Qing to her. The identity of a dragon girl was too shocking. Ji Yarrow glanced at Yang Kai, and without the previous intimacy, she suddenly became a little cold and said casually, "Come with me." She doesn't even bother to introduce me. Has she become so distant after not seeing me for a few months? Or maybe it's because she has a new lover. She turned around and led the way. Yang Kai quickly caught up with her. He asked, "How have you been?" Ji Yarrow replied indifferently, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." Feeling the coldness, Yang Kai was baffled. He scratched his head and simply didn't say anything, lest he invite a rebuff. When they arrived in front of a palace, Yang Kai stopped and looked back at Zhu Qing. "Wait here, I have something to discuss with Senior Bing Yun." Zhu Qing looked at him distrustfully. "You won't take the opportunity to run away, right?" Yang Kai sneered, I didn't do anything wrong, why would I run? Zhu Qing nodded slightly and stood there quietly. Ji Yarrow glanced at the two of them. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled. When he entered the main hall, he saw Bingyun. Several disciples were waiting on her at the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Bingyun smiled and said, You're not an outsider, so there's no need to be polite. Sit. Yang Kai sat down and asked about Liu Xianyun's situation. He learned that she had been in retreat recently, preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which put him at ease. Although Liu Xianyun came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, after all, she had gone through life and death with him, so there was a friendship between them. She could enter Ice Heart Valley thanks to Yang Kai's recommendation, so naturally, he had to be more concerned about her. But then again, Liu Xianyun herself was a cultivator from the territory of the Lower Star. Her aptitude was outstanding, and as long as she had enough cultivation resources, breaking through to the Emperor realm was almost certain. Whether it was for Yang Kai's sake or for Liu Xianyun's excellent aptitude, Ice Heart Valley spared no effort to cultivate her. Have you returned to the Southern Territory recently? Bingyun asked. She remembered that when Yang Kai came to say goodbye last time, he said that he was going back to the Southern Territory. I went back. Ji Yarrow walked over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Kai, saying lightly, You also brought back a woman. Big brother, don't you need to call her in and introduce her to honored master? We may have to meet often in the future. Bingyun looked at Ji Yarrow in amazement, and the senior sisters also had strange expressions. They felt that Ji Yarrow was giving off an inexplicable hostility today. Many of them swept outside with their divine senses and found a woman standing outside the hall. Bingyun said, She is a guest. Yang Kai, how can you leave her alone outside? Senior, don't worry about her. That person is very troublesome. Yang Kai also couldn't explain it clearly. Ji Yarrow said, Big brother must have done something wrong to her. That's why you are so afraid of her. I'm afraid of her. Yang Kai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end. What a joke. Ji Yarrow stared at Yang Kai and said, That is to say, Big brother really did something wrong to her. No, don't talk nonsense. Yang Kai blushed and quickly picked up the cup, drinking water to hide his embarrassment. And Ruo Yun and the others were watching from the side. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had seen through something. Ji Yarrow sneered, It's true. Then she said seriously, Big brother, if you abandon a woman, I will definitely ignore you in the future. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of tea and complained, That's not true. Yarrow, why are you acting weird today? Chapter 27:16. Ji Yarrow ignored him and turned to face the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai put down his teacup, not knowing what to say. Speechless, he turned to look at Bingyun and changed the topic. Senior, are you looking for me for something? Bingyun nodded and said, Do you know the High Sky sect? I seem to have heard of it. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before rubbing his palms. A sect in the Northern Territory? He hadn't been active in the Northern Territory for a long time, and his range of activities wasn't large. He didn't know much about the Northern Territory compared to the Southern Territory, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Northern Territory. The only ones he knew about were Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect. When he first heard about the High Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace, he didn't react, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered that the heritage and strength of these two sects weren't much worse than Seeking Passion sects. They were also top sects in the Northern Territory with third-stage Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior suddenly mentioned these two sects. Is there something I need to pay attention to? He had established a sect in the Northern Territory, and since the High Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace were also top sects in the Northern Territory, they would definitely have to deal with each other in the future. There might even be some competition and friction. They weren't like Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to have conflicts. Bingyun said, In the entire star boundary, the Eastern Territory has the Serene Soul Great Emperor's Serene Soul Palace, The Southern Territory has the Bright Moon Great Emperor's Star Soul Palace, and even the Western Territory has the Night Shadow Great Emperor's Assassin Palace. All the top sects bow down to these Great Emperor's sects and obey their orders. Only in the Northern Territory, there are no Great Emperor's sects. Why is that? Yang Kai asked curiously. He hadn't considered this before. Now that he heard Bing Yun say this, he suddenly realized that it was true. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's because many places in the Northern Territory are too cold and not as rich in resources as other places. It's not suitable to start a sect. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, although there are no Great Emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, there is one Great Emperor, and that is the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He knew about this. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors lived in the Medicine Pill Valley in the Northern Territory. Having said that, he had also obtained the inheritance left behind by the Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu. If not for that, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an understanding of the Star Boundaries herbs. It was precisely because he obtained the Jade Slip and various pill recipes left behind by Gong Sun Mu that Yang Kai could be so proficient in the alchemic Tao. However, when he obtained the inheritance, Gong Sun Mu placed a seal on his body. If he wanted to remove that seal, he would have to cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to find the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors to remove it. Gong Sun Mu did this to let Yang Kai pass a message to the Great Emperors, telling him that he knew his mistake and asking the Great Emperors to accept him back into the sect. However, that seal hadn't caused any harm to Yang Kai for so many years, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, there was still a long time before the deadline, and he was confident that he could cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Naturally, there was no need to trouble the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Bing Yun said, for so many years, the four top sects in the Northern Territory have maintained a balance. This queen has been missing for many years, and although Iceheart Valley has been suppressed a little, it has been able to maintain its balance. Fortunately, it has been able to maintain its position. But now, this balance has been broken. The broken balance was undoubtedly the destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, so what? Bing Yun chuckled and said, for my Iceheart Valley, it's naturally nothing. Seeking Passion sect wanted to destroy my Iceheart Valley, but they were destroyed instead. But for the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace, it's a problem. Yang Kai's expression turned sullen. Do they want to cause trouble? Bing Yun said, you can destroy Seeking Passion sect, but it doesn't mean you can't destroy the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace. It's normal for them to be worried. What do they want to do? Join forces to go against me? Bing Yun smiled and said, if the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. It's normal for them to work together for warmth. Recently, the two sects have been very close, so they may take some action. Yang Kai sneered, are they really not worried that I will destroy them? Bing Yun said sternly, birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. You destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Seeking Passion sect has such a huge foundation and tens of thousands of years of treasures. Anyone would be jealous of you. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they just joined forces to make you wary. Otherwise, you might be ambitious and want to unify the Northern Territory. I don't have such thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head. He left behind the foundation of Seeking Passion sect for the sake of the people of his homeland. How could he think about unifying the Northern Territory? Without the prestige of the Great Emperors, it was impossible to achieve such a thing. Bing Yun called Yang Kai over just to give him a reminder and had no other intentions. Seeing that he had his own plans, Bing Yun naturally didn't say anything more. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, last time, when Seeking Passion sect made things difficult for Iceheart Valley, did these two sects contribute? Bing Yun looked at him and asked, what do you think? Yang Kai understood that even if these two sects didn't contribute, they must have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could Seeking Passion sect have recruited so many helpers? Perhaps, some of them were disciples of these two sects. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go so easily and would have investigated them thoroughly. High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they should have a lot of treasures. It was normal for great sects to fight openly and secretly. They helped Seeking Passion sect destroy Ice Heart Valley, so they obviously didn't care about balance. Now that young Kai had occupied Seeking Passion sect's territory and shown his strength, they were worried. It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I'll teach them a lesson, young Kai swore in his heart. After staying in Ice Heart Valley for a while, young Kai took his leave. When he greeted Ji Yarrow, he didn't get a response, which made young Kai quite depressed. He didn't know what he had done to offend her. Walking out of the hall, young Kai saw snowflakes floating outside. Zhu Qing was wrapped in silver and didn't use her Emperor Qi to protect herself. Beside her was a snowman as tall as a person. It was extremely ugly. You've been standing here all this time? Young Kai looked at her curiously. Although he had told her to wait here, he didn't tell her to just stand there. Zhu Qing didn't answer, instead pointing to the ugly snowman next to her and saying, "That's yours." "It's yours." Young Kai rolled his eyes at her, kicked the snowman to pieces, and left with his hands behind his back. Zhu Qing turned around and followed him. Returning to the space array on the Ice Lake Island, young Kai saw the Southern Gate Army was still waiting there with a hesitant look on their faces. Young Kai said angrily, "If you're a man, then be decisive. You'll never become a great man." The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "I'm an array grandmaster. How can you mock me like this?" Young Kai sneered, pointing to the space array and saying, "If you can set one up, I'll admit that you're an array grandmaster." The Southern Gate Army was instantly silenced, his face turning red. Young Kai said impatiently, "Forget it. My High Heaven Palace doesn't need a half-baked array grandmaster like you." He turned around and stepped onto the space array. Suddenly, the Southern Gate Army grabbed his clothes again. Young Kai turned to look at him. The Southern Gate Army's face turned red. He raised a finger and said, 10 years. After 10 years, I'll leave the High Heaven Palace." Young Kai sneered and said, "You're still bargaining with me? 10 years it is. Any more and I'll forget about it." The Southern Gate Army's face was resolute. "All right, 10 years it is. Come on up." Young Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army sighed heavily and stood on the space array dejectedly. He felt like he had been betrayed for no reason. His heart was very depressed. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he didn't see the 3 Monster King. He didn't know where they went to find fun. There wasn't even a guard beside the space array. This made young Kai frown. Although the space array he set up wouldn't have any problems, and it was impossible for it to be invaded, there should at least be someone guarding it. There should be a butler. Young Kai thought of a few people's faces and secretly made a decision. Find a place to stay. Young Kai ordered the Southern Gate Army. The Southern Gate Army nodded and said, "Oh right, Palace Master, what's my status in the High Heaven Palace? Didn't I tell you that you're the Chief Array Grandmaster?" Young Kai waved his hand and said, "When you're free, walk around and take a look. If there's any array that needs to be strengthened or rearranged, feel free to do it." Okay. The Southern Gate Army nodded vigorously. Young Kai turned around and pointed at Zhu Qing, saying, "You, don't follow me." The Space Array Grandmaster fluctuated, and he disappeared in a flash. Zhu Qing stomped her feet and scanned with her divine sense, but she couldn't sense where Young Kai had gone. When they arrived at the palace on the main peak, Young Kai flashed into it and sat down cross-legged. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace now, it was still somewhat popular. The most important thing was that the path of puppetry and the path of array grandmasters were settled. When the disciples from their homeland came over in the future, they could learn these two skills. In the long run, whether it was the development of the High Heaven Palace itself or the growth of the disciples, it was greatly beneficial. As for the 10-year period mentioned by the Southern Gate Army, Young Kai didn't take it to heart at all. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? When the time came, the Southern Gate Army might not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Feeling refreshed, Young Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside him. Immediately, the world energy in the room began to roll. When one's strength reached the Emperor realm, The efficiency of cultivating with low-rank and mid-rank source crystals was too low. Only high-rank source crystals could be used. Now that Yang Kai had more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals in his possession, he was simply filthy rich. What was a mere cultivation loss to him? A crackling sound came from his limbs and bones as his meridians and flesh wriggled. A massive amount of world energy poured into his body for Yang Kai to refine and absorb. Not only that, but he also took out the golden armored heavenly book and divided his attention to refine it. The golden armored heavenly book was quite powerful. If he could refine it as soon as possible, it would help him improve his strength. In the future, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't fall behind. It was just that refining this thing was quite laborious and couldn't be completed in a short time. Time passed little by little. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, a steady stream of world energy poured into his body. His Emperor Qi and Divine Sense were also constantly invading the golden armored heavenly book, trying to leave his soul brand on it. Chapter 27:17. This refinement took 3 months. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. His progress in refining the golden armor heavenly book was quite good. Now that he had branded his soul brand into this emperor artifact, he could activate several of its divine technique. Although he couldn't control the golden armor heavenly book like Tan Junhao could, he still had some means to deal with his enemies. What made him feel helpless was his own cultivation. He had clearly reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, and he clearly felt that he was one step away from the threshold of the Second Order Emperor realm. There was only a thin barrier left, but he just couldn't break through. After consuming millions of high-rank source crystals, his Emperor Qi had become more vigorous and pure, but his realm was still stagnant. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The worst thing about cultivation was to rush things. He was still young and had a lot of time ahead of him. Compared to those from the Emperor realm who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he had a unique advantage that others couldn't compare to. Being young was naturally a form of capital. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be anxious about? Hence, he temporarily put aside the matter of training and focused on managing Towering Palace. No matter what, he was the palace master of Towering Palace. Even though he did not have many disciples, there were still hundreds of people who were staying in the palace. As the master, he naturally had to be a good host and make arrangements for them so that they would feel at home. It would be best if he could make them stay in the palace with their hearts. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai found that he didn't know where to start. Back on Shadowed Star, when he established High Heaven Sect, he also stood aside and left everything to Yi Shiyun. He was used to being a hands-off manager and found that this kind of thing didn't suit him at all. In the end, he decided to go to Thousand Leaves Sect and take a look. Maybe he could ask Yi Hen for some experience. Everyone in Thousand Leaves Sect was now living on a main peak with a rich world energy aura. There were more than a dozen peaks like this in the entire High Heaven Palace. No one knew what this peak was called before, but now it was called Thousand Leaves Peak. It was just a name. No one cared. When he arrived, he found that everything was in order. The 500 disciples were either cultivating or exchanging pointers. Not a single one of the puppets was free. As the eldest brother, Du Xian held an altar on the main peak's plaza, explaining the essentials of the puppet technique. A group of Thousand Leaves Sect disciples with low cultivations listened in awe. Shaking their heads, their eyes were filled with worship. Yang Kai listened for a while, but he was confused. He had no idea what Du Xian was talking about. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Perhaps many of these people would become disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. Ian, that little fatty who was shaking his head, wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was talented and intelligent. He should have his own understanding of the art of puppetry. When he matured a little more, he would tempt him with benefits. Now that she knew his feelings, she was not afraid that he would not bow his head and worship her. When he became a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, Yi Hen probably wouldn't say anything. The voices suddenly stopped. Du Xian shouted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything, And Du Xian didn't think that he was trying to steal Thousand Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, he could have left behind the ancestors' secret scriptures when he opened the Emperor Heaven Valley for the first time. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I'm just looking around. You do what you need to do." Many of the disciples turned their heads around. They all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They were only able to cultivate here because of Yang Kai, and they knew that Yang Kai was the master of this place. How could they not be respectful when living under someone else's roof? "Sit, sit." Yang Kai waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a crime for him to disturb their cultivation. But since he was already here, he couldn't just ignore them. He coughed lightly and said, "Have you all gotten used to living here recently?" Du Xian smiled. "This place is rich in spirit qi and talented people. How could we not get used to it? You don't know how satisfied the disciples are." Many of the disciples nodded vigorously, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Compared to the original Thousand Leaves sect, this place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cultivating here was much more efficient. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." They wouldn't have any thoughts of leaving if they treated this place as their own home. "If you need anything, just look for Hua Ching Sai. Sister Hua is now the head steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of everything." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "I'll have to trouble Master Hua in the future." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many of the disciples were extremely excited, feeling that Yang Kai's friendliness was unbelievable. This was the Emperor realm and a palace master at that, yet he didn't put on any airs at all and even called their eldest brother. Their gazes towards him became even more respectful, feeling that this was the magnanimity and breadth of mind that the Emperor realm should have. In the past, they had heard that the people of the Emperor realm were all arrogant and haughty, treating any cultivator below the Emperor realm like an ant and taking their lives at their whim. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lord Yang's shoes. "That's right." Du Xian suddenly clapped his hands and turned to the disciples. "Junior brother and junior sister, haven't you been clamoring for this big brother to teach you some cultivation insights? It's not that this big brother doesn't want to teach you, but this big brother's strength is too low, so I'm afraid that I'll mislead you. Since Big Brother Yang is here today, why don't we ask Big Brother Yang to teach us some cultivation insights? Big Brother Yang is from the Emperor realm, so his insights are countless times better than mine." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all cheered in unison. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "But I don't know anything about puppetry." Du Xian smiled. "Cultivation has nothing to do with puppetry. Moreover, this little brother would like to ask Big Brother Yang to teach us a thing or two. I hope that Big Brother Yang won't be stingy with his guidance." Yang Kai was a little confused. Right, what was he doing here? Why was he suddenly being forced to teach some cultivation insights? He had just established an amiable image, so if he refused, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? "Lord Yang! Lord Yang! Lord Yang!" The group of Thousand Leaves sect disciples shouted in unison, each of their eyes filled with anticipation and desire. "Big Brother Yang, please tell us," Du Xian pleaded. "All right," Yang Kai braced himself and agreed. "Then I'll just tell you." Du Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Yang Kai to the front while he turned around and sat down, looking up at the sky. Looking down at the group of cultivators with uneven cultivations, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze across their young and tender faces. He had also gone through the same stages as them, growing stronger step by step until he finally reached the Emperor realm. However, he was different from them. After coming out of the central capital, he had no master to teach him. He struggled alone, often teetering on the edge of life and death. He encountered many evil people and noble people, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, living a life of his own. However, if he had a good master and friend on his path of growth, he might be able to avoid many detours. Would he actually be able to carve the mark of a good master and friend on his body one day? No matter how helpful his teachings were to these people today, when they recalled many years later, they would definitely remember him standing in front of them in this vast high heaven palace, under this lush thousand leaves peak, like a beacon guiding them on their path forward. He suddenly felt that his personality had become much greater. Originally, he didn't know what to say, but at this moment, his mind suddenly became unprecedentedly clear as he said, "A cultivator's cultivation is to cut through all obstacles and struggle against the heavens. There is only one word to describe it, the martial Tao. What is the Tao? The great Tao is 50, and the heavens give birth to 49. In this world, there are 3,000 cultivators who can prove the great Tao, and in the end, they all have the same path. Some say that war is the Tao, some say that technique is the Tao, and some say that flowers, plants, trees, and even the ants on the ground are the Tao. If you ask me, I am the Tao. Wherever I am, the Tao exist." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It seemed to carry a mysterious charm that caused people to involuntarily fall into it. Following Yang Kai's words, a magnificent picture scroll slowly unfurled in front of everyone. At times, it caused people's emotions to surge, at other times, it caused them to go wild with joy, and at other times, it caused them to feel lost and helpless. Yang Kai stood there, but he was the epitome of the countless cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. In one dazzling era after another, countless people stepped forward to seek the true meaning of the martial Tao. Originally, there were less than 100,000 Leaves sect disciples here. But as time passed, the crowd grew larger and larger. More and more people rushed over after hearing the voice, sitting down cross-legged and listening attentively. After an hour, almost 500 people had gathered in front of Yang Kai. Almost all of the 1,000 Leaves sect disciples were gathered here, except for a few who were in seclusion and couldn't make it. Although Yang Kai didn't have a master to guide him, since he had come to the Emperor realm, he naturally had some of his own cultivation experience. However, he didn't impart his cultivation experience like Du Xian had begged him to do. Instead, his words flowed like a river, his thoughts unconstrained. Rather than saying that he was imparting his Tao to these people, it would be more accurate to say that he was explaining his own comprehension, searching for the elusive heavenly mysteries in his soliloquy. Some people understood what Yang Kai was saying and wore thoughtful expressions. Some people frowned, thinking that what Yang Kai said was a complete mess and completely irrelevant. But even so, they didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. They just felt that their realms weren't high enough and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They were secretly annoyed, thinking that the Emperor realm really was the Emperor realm. Even if they could understand what he was saying when separated, they would still be able to understand what he was saying, but when put together, they would seem mysterious and unfathomable. Walk your own path and become your own Tao. If you follow the path of others, you can only chase after the backs of others forever. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough yet as he looked around and said, "Does everyone understand?" The entire place fell silent. No one dared to say that they understood. The world energy suddenly surged as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Above Thousand Leaves Peak, black clouds covered the sky as a vortex of world energy suddenly formed, slowly gathering the world energy. "Oh, someone understands." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the peak and grinned. Chapter 27:18. Big Sister Hua, from today onwards, you are the chief steward of my high heaven palace. From the great elders to the disciples, they will all be under your command and obey your orders. Yang Kai patted Hua Qing-sai's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Hua Qing-sai's long eyelashes fluttered as she was a little dazed. Come. There are 200 million high-rank source crystals, 3 billion mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals in this ring. There are also various materials. Take them first. These cultivation resources are also yours to distribute. A space ring was stuffed into Hua Qing-sai's hand. Wait. Hua Qing-sai frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "When did I become the chief steward of your high heaven palace?" She had only noticed the movement in Thousand Leaves Peak and wanted to go there to investigate, but she had encountered Yang Kai halfway and was stopped by him. He had stuffed a space ring full of resources into her hands and then said a bunch of strange things to her. I said, from today onwards. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly, as if he was handing over the important task of maintaining the peace of the sect and leading it to glory. Why would I become the chief steward? Hua Qing Sai said unhappily. Yang Kai said seriously, I've thought about it carefully. Looking at the current High Heaven Palace, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Big Sister Hua, you should take on more responsibilities. This is a very important position, so don't disappoint this palace master. What High Heaven Palace? Hua Qing Sai curled her lips. There aren't many people. Excluding the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who were temporarily staying here, the current High Heaven Palace only had the 3 Monster King as guest elders, Kai Yu, Rou, and a few others. Yang Kai scratched his face. Everything is difficult at the beginning. There will be many people in the future. You should practice first. Who do you want to practice with? Hua Qing Sai looked at him with disdain. Yang Kai pointed at Thousand Leaves sect. Aren't there a few hundred people over there? I'm not from the High Heaven Palace. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Hua Qing Sai sized him up and said, Oh, you're still thinking of stealing someone else's woman? Yang Kai said with a straight face, Don't talk nonsense. This palace master disdains such a despicable act. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower places. This is the norm in the world. When the time comes, if he really wants to stay and become a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, then I couldn't refuse. Of course, if Big Sister Hua can keep the entire Thousand Leaves sect here, that would be even better. Hua Qing Sai nodded. What you said makes sense. Thousand Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry is indeed extraordinary. It's a wonderful thing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. You also think it makes sense, don't you? Then I'll leave this task to you. All right, I have nothing to do recently anyway, so I'll give it a try. But where should I start? Yang Kai pursed his lips. Didn't I just give you so many source crystals? Throw them at them. They just suffered a calamity and need a lot of source crystals for their cultivation. With source crystals, there's no need to be afraid that they won't submit. Hua Qing Sai glared at him. Your source crystals didn't grow on trees. How can you just give them to them for free? However, if they can make some contributions to the High Heaven Palace, perhaps I can reward them with some source crystals. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Big Sister Hua had just taken over the role of chief steward, yet she had already entered the zone. She knew that she had to think about the High Heaven Palace and himself. Sure enough, he had not misjudged her. Moreover, she came from Starsoul Palace, so she was much more familiar with the management of a large sect than anyone else. It was best for her to manage the early development of the High Heaven Palace. Do what you think is best. This palace master will allow you to act as you see fit. Yang Kai said happily. Hua Qing Sai snorted. If I do this well, I will be rewarded. If you want a horse to run, you have to make it eat grass. Good, good, good. When the time comes, you can have whatever reward you want, Yang Kai readily agreed. I'll remember what you said. Hua Qing Sai pursed her lips and smiled before turning to look in the direction of Thousand Leaf Peak. Is Yi Hen about to break through to the Emperor Realm? Who else could it be? Yang Kai also looked in that direction. Above Thousand Leaf Peak, world energy was converging as the dance of wild dragons crashed down. The momentum was astonishing. Hua Qing Sai asked curiously, I remember that Yi Hen just entered seclusion not long ago. How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough? Perhaps he has found his own Tao. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His own Tao. Hua Qing Sai pondered for a moment before her eyes flashed. I'll go take a look. Do you want to come? Yang Kai shook his head. He had just returned from that place and knew about Yi Hen's situation, so there was no need for him to investigate. However, it was also good for Hua Qing Sai to go take a look. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, it was a good time to win over the hearts of the people when Yi Hen was about to break through to the Emperor Realm. 5 Sacred Peak. The main peak where Guizhu Kai Yu and the others currently resided. The so-called 5 Sacred Peaks were naturally their 5 sworn brothers and sisters. Although Chai, whose whereabouts were unknown, Gui Zhu and the others had not forgotten his location. When Yang Kai arrived, the four of them seemed to be in seclusion. When the four of them first met Yang Kai in Sky Crane City, they were only in the First Order Dao Source realm. After a few years of cultivation in Thousand Leaves Sect, they had reached the peak of the First Order Dao Source realm. After all, Thousand Leaves Sect did not have a very good cultivation environment. Five Sacred Peaks environment was extraordinary, even better than Thousand Leaves Peak. The peak was extremely tall and majestic, and only the four of them resided there. It was like a dragon returning to the sea, giving off an indescribable sense of freedom. Yang Kai released his divine sense and let the four of them sense it. His figure flickered as he arrived at a palace on the peak. Although no one cleaned this palace all year round, it was still spotless due to the protection of the spirit array. Not long after, one figure after another shot in from the outside. Palace Master. The four of them cupped their fists. Although Kai Yu and Ryo Yu were technically Yang Kai's seniors, since they had already entered the High Heaven Palace, they naturally had to abide by the rules of the High Heaven Palace. Sit. Yang Kai called out before sitting down cross-legged on the floor of the palace. The four of them glanced at each other but did not pay him any mind and sat down on the floor, forming a circle. Yang Kai casually shook his hand and sent 4 space rings flying towards the four of them. There are 20 million high-rank source crystals, 100 million mid-rank source crystals, 1 billion low-rank source crystals, and some spirit pills I refined. Take these and cultivate. If you don't have enough, you can go find Hua Ching Sai. She still has some source crystals, Yang Kai explained. The eyes of the four lit up and they did not hesitate to put the space rings away. They were all people who had come from the same territory as Yang Kai, so there was naturally no need for them to be polite. However, they were still shocked by Yang Kai's generosity. All these years, they had been vexed by the lack of cultivation resources. Even if they were to stay in Thousand Leaves Sect, they could not obtain too many cultivation resources. However, Yang Kai was able to easily give away such a huge amount of resources. Compared to him, the four of them were as poor as beggars. With such a large amount of source crystals, they would not be able to use it all up even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. All of them were very excited and felt that the hard times were finally over. All of you came to the star boundary with me and have suffered a lot over the years, causing your cultivations to fall behind. Now, all you need to do is seize the opportunity to improve. There is no need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, when the people from the star boundary arrive, all of you don't want to be surpassed by them. How is that possible? That group of brats, Ryo curled his lips in disdain. In the territory of the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters. Even if the people from the star boundary really came, there was no reason for them to cultivate faster than him. Kai Yu smiled, second brother, don't be so sure. Yang Kai's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Ryo looked embarrassed, who can compare to him? They had all come to the star boundary together, but Yang Kai was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while they were still in the First-Order Dao Source realm. There was an entire great realm gap between them. Could it be that they did not have enough cultivation resources? When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it, Jiyu Kangyun smiled bitterly. Guizhu also nodded. Yang Kai continued, that is why I have prepared a big gift for all of you. The four of them pinched the space rings in their hands and asked suspiciously, isn't this? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing at the void. Immediately, several large banners filled with yin qi appeared in his hand. These banners were filled with yin qi and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Only Gui Zhu's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, this is the Netherworld Purgatory banners of the Eastern Territories Netherworld Sec. Yang Kai explained. The Netherworld Purgatory banners in his hand were the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Netherworld Sect disciples. One of them was even an Emperor artifact, a relic of the Netherworld Sect elder Hua Fei Chen. Although the others were not Emperor artifacts, they were still Dao Source grade. Netherworld Sect disciples would cultivate the Netherworld Purgatory banners with their hearts and souls from the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that this thing was their lifebound artifact. If the banner was destroyed, they would die. This thing was useless in the hands of others, but it was different in the hands of Guizhou. Yang Kai did not know what secret art Guizhou cultivated, but it was definitely similar to the Netherworld sect's secret art. Guizhou's artifact was the 10,000 soul banner, which was similar to the Netherworld purgatory banners. Therefore, Yang Kai had been keeping these Netherworld purgatory banners, waiting for the day he could give them to Guizhou to help him improve his strength. Trembling, Guizhou took the Netherworld purgatory banners from Yang Kai's hands. The ghost chi on his body suddenly surged and his flickering eyes became much brighter. Although he had never cultivated the Netherworld sect's secret arts, he could feel that these Netherworld purgatory banners would be of great use to him. And these, Yang Kai took out a few jade slips and handed them to Guizhou. Guizhou took them curiously and scanned them with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised. Good, good, good. With these, this old master will be able to break through to the second-order Dao Source realm in a few days. These jade slips recorded none other than some of the Netherworld sect's secret arts, which were very suitable for Guizhou. If they complemented each other with the Netherworld purgatory banners, Guizhou's strength would skyrocket in a very short time. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.